y'all doing? Good. Everybody doing it. I just started. We was on live last night, so today we'll be going over the 70 weeks of Daniel, where we get the 7-year tribulation and the third temple. Like Israel, 7-year tribulation, Israel, third temple. Does the Bible talk about these things, or is this a made-up doctrine? Can we find evidence of it? Is there actual biblical scripture that regards the 70 years plus the third temple? Can you hear me? How about now? Can you hear me? Is that better? All right, cool. I think I had my mic off. Yeah, so, you guys remember if you was on here last night, I said that we'll go over the 70 weeks of Daniel because that's where it's the foundation of where we get the 7-year tribulation and the third temple. But this is also regarding everything that I was talking about. It also relates to that as well, because if you was on and you remember, I was talking about the harlot, and I was talking about who the beast is, and I was talking about, all the kingdoms or all of the nations in which Israel fights in the end times, all the verses that talk about Christ on earth, when the Lord is on earth fighting a nation, all of them are, literally mentioned by name, and all those nations are Islamic nations, right? So I kept showing how everything is pointing to Islam. Now the 70 weeks, if you're familiar with the 70 weeks, you find this in Daniel chapter 9. So Daniel 9 is where we get the 70 weeks, right? And what's significant, what's funny about this is that it tells us that the modern view is that the first, because if you know anything, you know that the weeks are years, right? So these are actually 70 times 7 years, right? Which gives you a total of 490 years. All right. So that's what this is based on. This is what this prophecy is about. And then it tells us that when the decree goes out, right? When the decree goes out to rebuild Jerusalem, to restore and rebuild Jerusalem, along with the temple, 70 weeks are decreed for the people and for the city. And the angel Gabriel is the one telling Daniel this. Give me 1 second so I can go ahead and turn to that. I don't want to misquote anything. But the reason why I bring this up regarding end time prophecy, because this is where we get the 7-year tribulation and the third temple. It's based off Daniel 9. But the key verse is Daniel 9, verse 27, because that's the verse that everyone agrees it is talking about the Antichrist. He enters a covenant with many for 1 week, puts an end to sacrifice and offering, right? He is the Antichrist. But does the text say that, right? Or are we just doing a copy and paste? I keep telling everybody to, step away from the copy and paste. What I mean by that is we kind of just repeat all of the doctrines that are made up, right? All the doctrines that are being preached on TV, all the famous pastors, TV pastors, etc. Where all these views come from, majority of people don't study this for themselves. They just copy and paste what they've been taught, right? So Does the Bible support this though? Does scripture support the 7 year trip? Can you find 7 year tribulation in the Bible? Like, even if you Google it, right? If you even do a quick search, can you find this scripturally in the Bible? Can you find the third temple in the Bible? Is it in the text? Is it, or is it implied? Right? Daniel 9, verse 27, is that the Antichrist? And the reason why this is significant, because once again, you know, everything that I was talking about regarding Islam, how the Bible's pointing to that region, to that part of the world, right? So the modern view is that the first 83 years was fulfilled in the past, during the time when Christ was on earth, in his first coming. And then they say that there's a 2,000-year gap. So the 69 weeks was fulfilled. Then there's a gap. And then the final week is somewhere thrown in the future, which a lot of people are now saying that it's within our modern time, in our present time. And they say that the last week, the final week, the last 7 years is sometime in our future. And that's what brings on the 7 year tribulation, which some people believe that the rapture is during that time, pre-trib, right? And then there's some people that believe that it's mid-trib. Some people believe it's post-trib. But then they say in the middle of the week, 3.5 years, he, the Antichrist, will put an end to sacrifice and offering. But a lot of people believe that the church is not here during this time. We're gone already. During this time, this is where the third temple is supposed to be built. You write that down. So during this time is where the third temple is supposed to be built. Right? And the Antichrist is introduced. Now, if you were following me, if you was watching my live last night, if you've been watching my videos or the live from the day before, you know that I've been pointing to everything. Matter of fact, let me ask you guys real quick. Is there anyone on here that was on last night's live? Anybody? Just give me a quick little shout out. Yeah. Got you. Desert Flower says yes. Golden says yes. All right, so you see that you know that if you was, when you was watching, I was showing how everything points to Islam. See, I always tell people I like to reverse engineer biblical prophecy. I always start with the beast, because to identify, once you identify who the beast of Revelation is, everything starts to unravel from there, because it points to regions, it points to locations. Then you understand the people there. Then you understand who they're fighting. Then you see who Christ is fighting, who Israel is fighting. And then you notice that it's Islam and their religion, is fighting Muslims. And then you notice that it's the religion of Islam, etc. Then the deeper you go, the more and more you start to see how it all fits. So if the modern view is the 70 weeks is the 69 weeks happened in the past, then there's a 2,000-year gap in which the final week is thrown into the future. The most popular view, which probably everyone on this panel right now, what you've been taught, what you've been, conditioned to, is that there's a 7-year tribulation, which is the final week, the last week. So out of the 70 weeks, 69 in the past, 1 week in the future. And some people believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. Some people think it's in the middle. Some people think it's in the end. Now, I've always believed that it's in the end, because scripture tells us after the tribulation of those times. Talk post. Exactly. So I always believe that it's in the end. But now, recently, even more recently, when I actually did a deep dive study into this for myself, because up until recently, I also was copy pasting, but it never felt right with me. For years, this never felt right in my spirit. It was something missing. It was always something missing. Something did not make sense, because I understood all the other prophecies regarding end times and how it points to Islam. But I didn't understand this. Like, how did this model fit that? Because remember, if the church is supposed to be raptured at the 7-year tribulation, right? They say that we're not going to be here when the Antichrist comes, because this is the time in which, from their perspective, this is the time in which they say that the Antichrist is revealed. But if you've been following me, I already showed you guys who the Antichrist is, and he's already here, right? The system of the Antichrist, remember, it's the beast system. The beast of Revelation, the 7 heads or 7 mountains. There are also 7 kings. That system is the beast, is the Antichrist system. And then I showed you guys that the characteristics of the Antichrist, when the Bible's pointing to the Antichrist, he calls him the king of Tyre. Remember that's Lebanon. He calls him the Assyrian, right? Those are the regions of Islam. Those are the regions of nations that are Islamic today. So God in the Bible is talking to the Antichrist, but he's naming him the nations of Islam. Okay, so, and then if you guys remember Ezekiel 28, the king of Tyre, remember he's talking to Lucifer, but he calls him the king of Lebanon. And in the future text, we know that Lebanon is today is where Hezbollah is, and that's who currently is at war with Israel, right? So he names him the nations of these nations, because remember, the Antichrist, the system is Islam, and it's not an actual individual, but rather the individuals within the system. So because I started learning and seeing like who the Bible is pointing to regarding the Antichrist, this never made sense. Because how can the Antichrist be revealed in this time, in this one final 7 years? That's when he's revealed. But the Bible's already showing me who it is. It's already revealed, right? But the world is looking to something else because they keep following this copy and paste. What's crazy about this is that I got these books, right? I got like some of these, end time charter books and stuff with maps and timelines and all these different things. And even inside of these books, they have this timeline. So from their perspective, it's official, right? Here's the 70 weeks of Daniel. They have this timeline. And it's in these books, like children's books. It's in the churches. It's what everybody believes. So I don't understand where they came up with, you can have 69 weeks in the past, have a 2,000-year gap, and then throw the final week in the future. And then that's when the Antichrist is revealed. But we know that the Antichrist, right, comes from the regions of Islam. And we already see that all those things, remember the mark of the beast, I showed you guys the mark of the beast, the harlot, right, the image of the beast, all those things are already here. Where did I put my You guys remember? So we had the mark of the beast, that they wear the charagma on their foreheads, and we had the image, right? Well, how they all worship an image. So I showed these things. So all those things are here, but they say, the modern review says that those things don't happen until this. So you start to see when you're realizing what the Bible is pointing to, but then you're seeing this is man's doctrine, right? But the Bible is telling you something else. And I used to have this strange feeling, because I always grew up and I was taught one thing. But then when I actually read the Bible for myself and studied it for myself, I read something completely different from what I was taught. And I felt like this huge contradiction. But then I questioned, I'm like, hold on, but the contradiction doesn't come from the Bible. So what I was taught must be the contradiction, right? So, and one of the first things that I felt that way was a simple one. I wanted to know when Jesus' birthday was. Why was Jesus' birthday December 25th? Why was Christmas the birth of Christ? So I try to look for that in the Bible. And the first red flag was there was no date. So I'm like, then where do we get the December 25th? And then I dug deeper and deeper, and I learned about that, etc., etc. I won't get into that, but just saying, like, that's what, when I learned from myself, I started to understand, like, hold on, what I was taught is not what the Bible teaches. So then I'm like, you know what? I need to study for myself. I can't continue to do copy and paste. John Darby's, I'm a preacher. That's all man's theory, right? So let's look at what the Bible says. All right. So that was the introduction. Now let's read. Now the 70 weeks of Daniel is in Daniel chapter 9. So if you guys want to follow, pull up your phones, your Bibles, right? And it starts at verse 20. But I'm going to start at verse 24 because that's where it goes into it. So Daniel 9, verse 24. 70 weeks are determined for your people and for your holy city. So Gabriel is telling Daniel that 70 weeks are determined for the people. Now, in this chapter, he's already been praying for the people. And he's praying for the Jewish people. So it's the Jews at that time and for the holy city. So we're talking about the Jews in Jerusalem. All right. To finish transgression, to make an end of sins, to make reconciliation for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. Know, therefore, understand that from the going forth of the command to rebuild and restore and build Jerusalem until Messiah the Prince, there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. The streets shall be built and the wall. So he's telling us that when the decree goes out, who gave the decree? So in Nehemiah 9, chapter 2, verses 1 through 8, what is it? Artaxerxes, I think his name is, puts out the decree to rebuild Jerusalem and the temple. Okay. So you can literally find the exact date, which was in 445 BC. Okay. So from that exact date, 69 weeks. So you have the first 70 weeks. I'm sorry, it's supposed to be 7 weeks. So you have the first 7 weeks, right, which are actually 7 years. So it's 7 times 7, you get 49 years. Okay, and that's when the temple was restored. Okay, this is the modern view. But what the Bible is teaching, forget them. This is the modern view. This is what man tells you in church and in books and stuff. But what the Bible says, here you have 49 years, then it's restored. Then the 62. So remember, it says there's 7 weeks and then there's 62 weeks. Right? 62 weeks is 434 days, which is actually years. And then in total, you get 483 years. So from the time that the decree goes out until 483 years, you get the exact date when Jesus arrives into Jerusalem, right? When Jesus comes. So it gives you the exact timeline in which Jesus comes. And that's what it's saying. That's literally what it's saying. It's telling us, right? Know, therefore, and understand from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem until Messiah the Prince, there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. So that's a total of 69 weeks. Boom, he pops up. All right, so then it tells us, even in troublesome times, after the 62 weeks, Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Now, people say that that's the Antichrist. Okay, but you listen to this. Read this. You guys are following. Read it, and you tell me if this sounds like the Antichrist. All right, because verse 25. Verse 25. Until Messiah the Prince. So that's Christ. Verse 26. The Messiah shall be cut off. It's still talking about Christ. In the same verse, and the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. I don't know where people get Antichrist from, because that sounds like it's still talking about the Messiah, because literally that's who the verse is talking about, right? The end of it shall be with the flood, and till the end of war, desolations are determined. Now, this is the famous verse, verse 27. This is where the rest of these doctrines come from. Tribulation, third temple, Antichrist, etc., all come from verse 27. Then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. But in the middle of the week, he shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering. And on the wing of abomination shall be one who makes desolate, even until the consummation which is determined is poured out on the desolate. All right. So the popular view is that the final week, this is this verse 27 is talking about the Antichrist who comes in during the 7-year tribulation. He enters in a covenant. He puts together a peace treaty, is what they call it. You guys are familiar with this. So there's a peace treaty. Then that begins the 7 years. Some people think we'll be raptured. Either the beginning, middle, or end. That's up for debate. But everyone agrees there's a 7-year tribulation. And then in the middle of it, the Antichrist puts an end to sacrifice. But remember, the Bible never mentions a third temple. Okay? Go Google it. Go look for it. You'll never find it. You'll never find the verses regarding a third temple. It's only implied. Okay? It's only implied because it says, he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. So just those words implies then there must be a third temple. Because the Jews are not going to sacrifice and offer unless they have a temple already set up. So the assumption is a third temple must be built at this time. And then 3.5 years later, the Antichrist, whoever put together this peace treaty, is going to stop this sacrificial, tradition that the Jews are doing within the temple. And then they take 2 Thessalonians that talks about the man of sin, the son of perdition, who sets himself up in the temple, claiming to be God, etc., etc. You should know the verse. They use that verse and they insert it into this and say that the 3.5 years is when that happens, is when 2 Thessalonians happens. Doesn't say 7-year tribulation either, only 3.5 years. Exactly. Remember, all of the scriptures is always pointing to 3.5 times half a time, 42 months, 1,290 days, right? And I'll go over that because some people take that final 3.5 year period and they assume that it's this final 3.5 years, but the Bible doesn't say that. And in fact, remember, what do I say time and time again? Study in the Hebrew, study in the Greek. Okay, when you study, do not just only study the English. If you guys need help studying in the Hebrew, look at this. It's called Bible Hub. Okay, Bible Hub. It has an interlinear app. And the interlinear is, as you can see, it shows you the words. Right, you see the words, and then above it is strong concordance. So when you click on the word, it gives you the original context, the original meaning of that word. So now you can understand exactly what the Bible's talking about. Bible Hub. Yep. It's one of my favorite apps. Okay. So this is the most popular view. But remember guys, if you've been following me and you've been listening about how I'm telling you the Bible's pointing to Islam, and if that's making sense to you, if everything I said has been making sense, because it's not coming from me, I'm just interpreting what the Bible's saying, right? You see it in the Bible. You see the nations who God fights. You see the nations that Israel's fighting. Every single one, a Muslim nation in the ends of time. You see the connections regarding the marks of the beast. If you understand the allegorical terms for mountains, heads, etc., and all these different things, right, then you start to understand who it's talking about. Then I kind of revealed a little bit of the religion of Islam, right? All of the things what they worship, what the Quran talks about, etc., and how it all fits. So if that's already what it is, if that's already here, then this cannot fit those prophecies. This model can't fit, because from this perspective, the Antichrist isn't revealed until this time. The mark of the beast isn't forced until this time, right? The image isn't set up until this time. They say the image is set up at this in the final 3.5 years. He puts up his image. Okay? None of this starts to make sense once you know who the Bible's talking about regarding the ends of time. So this doesn't make sense. So we have to scratch this. But what does make sense is that when Christ returned, in the Bible it tells us, right? He tells us, because look at this. If you guys have your Bibles open to Daniel chapter 9, verse 25, until Messiah the Prince. Verse 26, Messiah shall be cut off. Now, how was the Messiah cut off? Can anyone ask, how is the Messiah cut off? That's an easy one. Come on, guys. We're doing homework today. We having church. This is church right now. Y'all at church. Crucified. There you go, golden. Got it. All right. So the Messiah is cut off. All right. And then it says, in the middle of the week, he. Now the he here in the Hebrew, okay. It follows the closest he to the previous text, which is still the Messiah. So verse 27 is not regarding the Antichrist, because, and I hope you guys are reading this as I'm speaking, where do you see mention of an Antichrist? Because the 70 weeks, the angel tells them, 70 weeks are determined for your people and your city. How many weeks? 70, not 69, and then one in the future. 70 weeks are determined for your people to what? Finish transgression. Who did that? To put an end to sins. Who did that? To make reconciliation for iniquity. Who did that? To bring in everlasting righteousness. Who did that? To seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. Who did that? This is talking about the Messiah. Okay, he did that during the crucifixion. So if verse 25 is about the Messiah, verse 24 is telling us what he does. Verse 25 is talking about his coming. Verse 26 talks about when he's cut off. How can all of a sudden verse 27 be about the Antichrist in the future? Where do you see that in the text? Okay, so if any of you guys always wondered where we get the 7-year tribulation at third temple, it literally comes from Daniel 9 verse 27. That's the foundational verse in which we get this prophecy. Okay, literally. But you don't see that in the text. It's not there. It's implied, but it's not there. So he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. Can anyone on here tell me how long was Jesus's ministry? You guys should know that one. It's an easy one. How long was Christ's ministry for? 3 years, you guys. 3.5. So Golden got it right. Edwin got it right. Right? So 3.5 years. Who is that? Aim. Forgive me if I say it wrong. Aim. I can't say your name. Aim. I'm going to call you Aim. All right. So you guys got it right. 3.5 years. So remember, popular view, 69 weeks in the past, 2,000-year gap. I don't know where they get it from. Final years in the future. Biblical view, the whole 69 weeks until Messiah pops up, until the Messiah, and then 3.5 years, his ministry. And what does it tell us? Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. Right? So who did he die for? Us. Okay? Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the sanctuary. Now we know that in 70 AD, the people that destroyed the sanctuary were the Romans. But how can that be if the prince is still the Messiah? How are they the people of the prince? Okay, pay attention. He shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. The Bible never says peace treaty. If you look at the Hebrew for confirm a covenant, it does not mean a peace treaty. In fact, confirm a covenant means to strengthen the covenant that's already there. Okay, so it's not some sort of new deal, some sort of peace treaty. It's not the Abraham Accords. Okay, it's not a Middle Eastern peace treaty. They say, remember, this popular view tells you that Israel is going to enter a covenant with the Antichrist. That comes from Daniel 9. Did you hear any of that in the text? Did you hear Israel signing a peace treaty with the Antichrist? Did you hear that in the text? It's not there. But this is where this comes from. Daniel 9, verse 27. It's not in the text. It's a false doctrine. Okay? It's not there. You don't even hear Israel. Israel's not even mentioned. They're implied because he tells Daniel, it's for your people and your city. But you don't see or hear Israel signing a peace treaty, right? The 70 weeks of Daniel is the coming of Christ and the crucifixion. It's not the introduction of the Antichrist. All right. So he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week, he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. So if Jesus' ministry was 3.5 years long, how did he put an end to the sacrificial laws of Judaism? How did Jesus put an end to the sacrificial laws? How did he put an end to sacrifice and offering? Can anybody answer that one? Come on now, I know somebody got it. By the new covenant, okay. A little bit more, you're in the right direction, Edwin. Just a little bit more specific. He was the last sacrifice. There you go. Big Smoke got it. Crucified, died for us. There we go. He himself became the ultimate sacrifice. So because of his crucifixion, because of his sacrifice, there's no longer any need for sacrifice and offering. So see, verse 27 cannot be speaking about the Antichrist putting an end to offering a sacrifice, because we don't see that anywhere in the text. But rather, it makes sense when you understand that Jesus' ministry was 3.5 years long. In the middle of the week, of the final 7 years, Jesus puts an end to a sacrifice and offering. Okay? So where's the final 7 years? Or I'm sorry, where's the final 3.5 years? Right? Well, if you guys remember Stephen, because remember, Jesus tells the disciples to go out to the Jews first, right? So the gospel was to go to the Jews first, but they kept rejecting it. They kept rejecting it. But this is why the 70 weeks is determined for your people and your city, because the gospel was going to the Jews, right? But they kept rejecting it. But then remember, Stephen was the first recorded persecuted Christian in the Bible. He's the first martyr. Okay? Stephen is the first martyr. Remember, he was tied to the tree, and then they stoned him, right? So he's the first. And it was during this time, and that stoning was 3.5 years after the crucifixion. And then from here, remember, Paul was on his way. What was that? To Damascus, I believe it was, to go after the rest of the disciples. He was on his way. We saw at the time. Remember? And then Paul was sent. He met Jesus on the road. He was blind, like he couldn't see. And then he was sent to the Gentiles. So Paul became the father of the Gentiles. And then remember, Peter was sent to Cornelius, right? You guys remember Peter was sent to Cornelius and gave the gospel. So at the end of the 7 years, the gospel, because the Jews rejected it, goes to the Gentiles. 70 weeks fulfilled. Okay? Because the 70 weeks was determined for your people in your city. They rejected it all the way up until the stoning. And then from this point, it goes to the Gentiles. Who are the Gentiles of that time? Does anybody know? Very significant. Let's see who knows their Bible. Who was the Gentiles of that time? The Greeks. Okay. Us. Not necessarily us. Greeks. That's a good. Non-believers. That's true. Non-believers, yes. But it's more specific. The first, there we go, the Romans. Eva, Stephen, the Romans. The Romans. Because remember, the first recorded Gentile is Cornelius. He was a Roman guard. And he was the one that the gospel went to first. So the gospel goes to the Gentiles first, to the Romans. And what does the Bible tell us? Right? So I have the Bible app, so forgive me when I say the Bible and it's a tablet. But so what does it tell us? It says, Messiah the prince shall be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Who destroyed the temple? Who destroyed Jerusalem after Christ was crucified? Does anybody know? It's an easy one. The Romans. There you go. Who's that? Jesse. Jesse Golden. So the Romans. So here in the Bible, it tells us that the people of the prince who is to come destroys the sanctuary. We know that the Romans destroyed the temple. But we also know that the Romans are the Gentiles in which the gospel goes to. Hence why the Bible tells us the people of the prince who is to come. Because eventually those people who ends up destroying the temple, they're the Gentiles who the gospel was given to. Okay? So you start to see how this is not about an antichrist, but rather it's literally talking about Christ, his coming, his crucifixion, and then who the gospel goes out to, which are the people who ends up destroying the temple. But the gospel goes out to the Romans. It goes out to the Gentiles. They were the first. Okay? 70 weeks fulfilled. Now, how do we know it's fulfilled? If you can, go to Matthew 24. Okay? So let's all go to Matthew 24. And remember, I'm going to do a side one. So you guys go to Matthew 24. But if you look at Mark 1, what is that, 15? Let me see. And Mark chapter 1, verse 15, Jesus says, well, Jesus in 14, now after John was put in prison, Jesus came to Galilee, preaching the gospel of the kingdom of God and saying, the time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. The time is fulfilled. What is Jesus talking about when he says the time is fulfilled? Okay? Right? Keep that in your mind. Now go to Matthew 24. People read this stuff and they just, Jesus, he doesn't just talk for no reason. He means something when he talks. So we go to Matthew 24. So if you guys know, Matthew 24, Mark 13, and Luke 21 are all speaking of the same thing. Because remember, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and even parts of John, they give the accounts of Jesus, right? But I thought the Jews would accept Jesus as their Messiah in the last 3.5 years. So you're on the right track. Stay there. Stay with that, because there is a final 3.5 year period, but it's not in relation to this, because this is fulfilled. Okay, but I'm gonna show you. Where I'm going at. I'm gonna show how that's not connected to this, how this is fulfilled, right, and where that final 3.5 years is. Or it's not even where the final 3.5, because it's not part of this, but why what we assume to be a 7-year tribulation, a 7-year great tribulation, is in fact only a 3.5 year tribulation. But we'll get to that. All right, so stay with me. I'm gonna show you the timeline of how all this. So Matthew 24, right? So Jesus says, then Jesus went out and departed from the temple. His disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said to them, do you not see all these things? Assuredly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down. So Jesus is telling them that the temple will be destroyed. Okay? Let's skip down, and then they ask him. As a matter of fact, I'll read it. Now, as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to ask him privately, saying, tell us. He asked them 2 questions. When will these things be? And what will be the sign of your coming and the end of the age? Okay? So Jesus starts to name these things. He says, take heed that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will deceive many. And you will hear of wars, rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines, pestilences, earthquakes in various places, all these things. Now, you guys are familiar with this, right? We've read this over and over and over again regarding the end times, right? Now, listen to this. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and unalive you, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many will be offended and will betray one another and will hate one another. Many false prophets will arise and deceive many. And because lawlessness will abound, the love of many will grow cold. But he who endures to the end shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world as a witness to all nations. And then the end will come. The next verse, Matthew 24, verse 15. Okay, this is very significant. Listen to what it says. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. Why does he emphasize whoever reads, let him understand? And why is he pointing to Daniel? Okay. See, Jesus is pointing to Daniel because Daniel was pointing to Jesus. Okay. Remember, the 70 weeks of Daniel is for the coming of the Messiah. It's about his crucifixion, him putting an end to sin, and then the people of the prince, who he's the prince, and the people, they would have eventually destroyed the temple. And remember, Jesus is literally talking to the disciples in this moment about the destruction of the temple. So as he's describing the destruction of the temple, he's literally in the midst of the 70 weeks of Daniel. He's literally fulfilling it in the moment as he's speaking, because the 70 weeks of Daniel is about his coming and his crucifixion. Christ ain't crucified yet, but he already came. Remember, his ministry is only 3.5 years long. So somewhere within this 3.5 years, he's literally speaking about this prophecy. He's fulfilling it. He's literally walking it out. He's living it in the midst. He's in the midst of the 70 weeks because the 70 weeks of Daniel is about him. Okay? He's describing the events that are going to take place leading up to the temple. So when most people read Matthew 24, assuming that it's our present, what you're actually reading is the fulfillment of what's taking place at that time regarding the destruction of the temple of that time. Hence why when you get to this part here and it says that then they will deliver you up to tribulation. Do we see anyone right now being delivered up to tribulation? No. Okay. This was regarding the disciples. This was regarding the prophets of that time. But also this is a dual prophecy, meaning it happens again. Okay. It's a dual prophecy. Now, how we know it's a dual prophecy? Because when you skip down to verse 29, Matthew 24, verse 29. So even if there is a tribulation, I'm going to show you how the rapture is after it anyway. Okay. So even if there is one, the rapture happens after. Immediately. I don't know where people don't listen to the words. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give his light. The stars will fall from heaven. Stars, by the way, are angels. So these are the angelic hosts cast from heaven. And the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes on the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send his angels with a great trumpet with the sound of a great trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds of the earth, from one end of heaven to the other. There's what we call the rapture. Okay, there is the snatching away. Okay, so it names all of these events, and then it tells us immediately after the tribulation. Okay, after. You can find that in Mark 14 and Luke 21. It says after. So even if you don't even believe, if you don't even accept this, and you still believe in a 7-year tribulation, even if you still believe in it, you are not going to be raptured before it. It's after. But there isn't one. This model does not fit, because I read to you what the Bible is saying regarding these 70 weeks. It never says 69 weeks and then one in the future. It literally mentions 70 weeks are determined for your people in your city. Why? The fulfillment, the fullness of the 70 weeks is fulfilled in that. And then it tells us after the 60, remember it says after the 69 weeks, the Messiah shall be cut off. After, meaning the 69 weeks are already fulfilled. The Messiah is cut off in the 70th week because he's cut off after the 69 weeks. So after 69 is 70. So the Messiah is cut off during the 70th week. You cannot take the 70th week and throw that into the future. You just can't. I don't know where we got this from. In fact, this view is a new view. This view came out just, a few decades ago. This wasn't an early church view at all. Okay? Now, this is where it gets interesting, because in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. Now I'm going to go to Strong's. I'm using my Bible hub now. Okay. I'm going to show you what it says in the original text. So Daniel 9, verse 27. So I'm going to show you. So here, and he shall confirm a covenant. I don't know if you guys can see that. Okay. He shall confirm a covenant. Now, the original word there is gabar. So it's gabar. Okay. That's he shall confirm a covenant, which means to strengthen, to make stronger. So it's something that's already there, but becomes stronger. Okay. It's strengthened. Okay. Now, to make an end of sacrifice and offering. Okay, I'm going to go to sacrifice and offering. He shall bring an end. That's not the one. So here. So the word here for sacrifice is sibak. Now this is the sacrificial system that they had in that time. So the word here is regarding the sacrificial offering, okay, of the flesh. This is literally of their law, of their sacrificial offering, right? He shall put an end, Shabbat, shall cause to cease, okay? And the word offering, same thing. So it's the sacrificial. This is meaning the original sacrificial and the sacrifices and the offerings. Okay? This is the way that they used to do it. So this is actually talking about their original law. In the middle, we shall bring an end. Offering. So remember this. Here's Zibak. Sacrifices, slaughter, feast. Okay. Now, Jesus says, remember when Daniel, the prophet, spoke of the abomination of desolation. Remember, the rapture and the second coming are two different events, correct? So they're not actually. Just follow. I'm going to show you why it's not. They're not two separate events. Because remember, there's only one day of the Lord. The Bible mentions the day of the Lord, the day of the Lord. There's only one day. That's the day he snatches the church. He judges the worlds. He fights against the nation. It's all one day of the Lord. Now, a day of the Lord could be longer than a 24-hour period. But it's one day of the Lord. That's it. Okay? He doesn't come and then go and come and go. And these are not separate events. Some people will argue and say, oh, the rapture doesn't necessarily mean he comes. We're just taken away. But the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible tells us that we meet him in the clouds. Okay? Not in heaven. Not in earth. We meet him in the clouds. Then the Bible tells us that when Christ comes, he comes riding on a cloud. We see this time and time again throughout scripture. He's riding on a cloud. We meet him in the clouds. He's riding on a cloud. So if he's here in the clouds, riding a cloud, and it tells us he goes into Egypt. You see that in Isaiah 19. The Lord rides a swift cloud and is coming into Egypt. And how is this? How do we know this is an end time event? Because it says that the idols shake at his presence. Okay, so he's physically here, riding on a cloud. And if we meet him in the clouds, that means that coming, he's seen, he's here, right? So he doesn't come and go and come again, right? So, and then Matthew 24 literally tells us immediately after the tribulation of those days, that he talks about how we're snatched up. Disciples that. So here we go, right? Now, why is the abominations of desolation so important? Because remember, everyone says that the abominations of desolations is in fact the Antichrist himself setting himself up in the temple. This is what we've been taught. But no one actually studied this for themselves because it's mentioned more than just Daniel 24. People don't ever point you to Mark 13. You probably didn't even know it was mentioned in Mark 13. People don't point you to Luke 21. People don't point you to Daniel 7, Daniel 11, Daniel 12, Revelation 11, I believe is Revelation 11. All of these are talking about the same event. Okay? That is a form for Jesse. That's a form of Antichrist. But the one spoken of, the one who is to come in the ends of time, that's a specific person because it's regarding a religion, a religious system. So when would the Great Tribulation happen? So here we go. Now we're about to dig deep. Now remember, I showed you guys the 70 weeks of Daniel, the popular view, the biblical view. Okay, Jesus fulfills the 70 weeks of Daniel. Okay, and then he tells us that the abominations of desolation is spoken of by the prophet Daniel. Jesus is pointing to Daniel because Daniel was pointing to Jesus. The 70 weeks of Daniel is regarding Jesus. Jesus, as he's describing the events of the destruction of the temple, meaning that he's literally in the midst of fulfilling these 70 weeks because he's telling the story. He's telling them what's going to take place. Then he's crucified. And then later the temple is destroyed. So he's in the midst of the 70 weeks, 70 weeks fulfilled. But what is the abominations of desolation? Because Daniel 9:27 does mention, and on the wing of abominations shall be one who makes desolate. Now that's regarding the Roman Empire who destroyed the temple of that time. But Daniel also mentions the abominations of desolation multiple times. He mentions in Daniel 7, Daniel 11, and Daniel 12. He mentions it multiple times. But let's go look at that. Why is this significant? Because remember, in Daniel 9:27, he tells us that he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. So the original Hebrew in Daniel 9, verse 27, sacrifice and offering does in fact mean the religious sacrificial, the sacrificial and the offering of their tradition. Okay, that's the original Hebrew. That's what sacrifice and offering means in the Hebrew. But when we read English, we'll see that in Daniel 25, I'm sorry, not Daniel 25, in Daniel 7, I believe it's verse 25, but let me just look. In Daniel 7 and Daniel 11 and Daniel 12, we see again abomination of desolations. And when he puts an end to sacrifice and offering, we see that mentioned again in the English. But the original Hebrew is a different meaning. So I showed you the interlinear when it talks about, but the original Hebrew is a different meaning. So I showed you the interlinear when it talks about the original sacrificial law and the offering. But in the English, it still mentions sacrifice and offering, but the Hebrew is a different word. So meaning in their language, they did not say the same thing twice. It was a different word. Okay? So Daniel 7, verse 25, he shall speak pompous words. Now, all scholars agree this is regarding the Antichrist. He shall speak pompous words against the Most High. He shall persecute the saints of the Most High and shall intend to change times and laws. Now, have you been following me? You guys know I've been telling you that the Antichrist is the system of Islam. It keeps pointing to Islam. Everything points to Islam. If you want to say there's an individual, he comes from the nations in which Islam rules today. He comes from Turkey, okay? From the Assyrian Empire. This is why the Bible calls him the Assyrian. This is why the Bible calls him Tyre, the king of Tyre. It calls him the king of Babylon, the Pharaoh of Egypt. All these different names, which in those regions are all Islamic nations. So God is naming the Antichrist the names of Islamic nations. Okay? So when you're reading about the Antichrist in Daniel 7, listen to what he says. He shall speak pompous words against the Most High, shall persecute the saints of the Most High, and shall intend to change times and laws. Who does that? Who does that? When the Ottoman Empire ruled and dominated those regions, what did they enforce? They enforced Sharia law, right? Anytime that Islam dominates a nation, they enforce Sharia law. He shall intend to change the times and the laws. Times and the law was the Catholic Church. No, because if it is, Edwin, if it is regarding the Catholic Church, then you have to understand, and what is this? Who is this person that's persecuting the saints? Who is the person that's speaking pompous words against the Most High? Right. The rest of the characteristics of this person doesn't fit the Catholic Church, because then you have to go and take this chapter, and then you have to connect it to the other chapters that is related to, right? And all the nations in which Israel's fighting. Because remember, it tells us that in the ends of time, if this is regarding the Antichrist, it means that this is the end of time. So, but when we read the Old Testament, we see that Christ in the Old Testament is fighting the nations of Islam in the ends of time, meaning that the Antichrist must be within that region. So he's fighting that people. So you have to then take all of the scripture and put it together. So like I always say, you might find parts of scripture that might fit America, or it might fit the Catholic Church, or it might fit whatever, right? It might fit Russia, but then everything else doesn't. You have to be consistent. So, and then look what he says. The saints shall be given into his hand for a times, and half a time. So there we go again. So there's the 3.5 years, right? Let's grab this one. So there's the times, and half a time. All right. So times, half a time. So times, and half a time is 1 year, 2 years, and then half a year. So this is 3.5 years. Okay? Time times half a time. So there we go. There's the 3.5 years mentioned again. All right? So now we have 3.5 years mentioned regarding the Antichrist in Daniel 7. All scholars agree this is the Antichrist, the little horn speaking pompous words against the Most High. Remember, if you guys will follow me, I told you, Revelation 17 reveals who the beast is. It tells us the beast of 7 heads are also 7 mountains. There's also even an 8th that is of the 7th. The revival of the Ottoman Empire. He himself is also the 8th. That's the modern Islamic empire that we see today, which is also the little horn, because each kingdom had a horn. You follow the sequence, the 7 heads, you get the 10 horns, right? Each one had a horn. The Grecian Empire had 4 horns. You count it up, you get 7 heads and 10 horns. So who has the little horn? Who's the little horn? The little horn must have a nation himself. So the little horn is himself the 8th king. The little horn goes to the 8th. That's the revival, right? So if that's the sequence of how it fits, then this has to be what it's speaking about. Turkey, there you go. Okay? And then he says, for a time, half a time. But the court shall be seated. They shall take away his dominion to consume and destroy it forever. So this is when the saints are given into his hand. The saints are given into his hand in the final 3.5 years. All right. So there's 3.5 years right there. Now, you look at the next one is, there's one mentioned in Daniel 11. So if you go to Daniel 11, give me a second to find it here. Daniel 11, I don't remember exactly which verse, but I'll show you right here in a second. Give me 1 second. So Daniel 11, verse 31. Now remember. So Daniel 11, verse 31. Now remember, every time that abominations of desolations is mentioned in the Bible, every single time, okay? Abominations of desolations. Abominations. You guys probably haven't even noticed this significant text. Abominations of desolations. So every single time that abominations of desolations is mentioned in all of the scriptures that mention it, because it's like 5-6 different scriptures, it's always in the same context as what? Let me. This is too close. Every time you see abominations of desolations mentioned in the Bible, it's always in the same context as armies in Jerusalem. Every single time. Okay? Every single time. So every time when you go read about the abominations of desolations, when you're reading this and you're reading the context leading up to this, it's always mentioned about armies in Jerusalem. So the abomination of desolations is in fact armies in Jerusalem. Okay, how do we know this? I'm gonna do a side verse for you guys real quick, just to make that point, because this is very significant regarding abominations of desolations. Remember, Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21. They're all mentioning the same event, the same end time event. Jesus is predicting the destruction of the temple, etc., etc. Remember, he tells us, and when you see the abominations of desolation spoken of by the prophet Daniel, right? Where's my other Bible? So he tells us, I don't even know where I put that. It's crazy. So abominations of desolations. He tells us. He tells us. So hold on. I'm in Matthew 24. So he tells us, therefore, when you see the abominations of desolations, and then the next verse, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let him who is on his housetop not go down to take anything in his house. So he's telling them, once you see the abominations of desolations, don't go home and pack a bag, and don't go home to pack any food. Just run. Okay? That's what he's telling them. Mark 24. I'm sorry, Mark 13. Mark 13. He says the same thing. When you see the abominations of desolation spoken of by the prophet Daniel, standing where it ought not, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not go down to his house. It says, see, the same verse. But let's look what Luke tells us. Okay? Look what Luke says. Luke 21. And look what he says. But when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is near. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let those who are in the midst of her depart. Luke doesn't say abominations of desolations. Luke instead says when you see armies surrounding Jerusalem. Okay? Always, every single context. Even when Daniel mentions it in Daniel 9 verses 27, when he says, on the wing of abomination shall be one who comes to make desolate. What is he talking about? He's talking about the destruction of the temple, because the verse prior tells us the people of the prince to come will destroy the sanctuary. The people of the prince to come, which was the Roman Empire, which were armies, the Roman armies destroying the temple. That's the abomination of desolation. Every time you see abomination of desolation mentioned in the Bible, Every time you see the abomination of desolation mentioned in the Bible, it's regarding armies destroying the temple or destroying Jerusalem. Being in Jerusalem. Bro, you wasting your time. Mike, if you feel like I'm wasting my time, why are you watching? Bro, I don't know why you're watching. So are you telling me Jesus is real? So you clearly don't believe in Jesus. You're saying I'm wasting my time, but yet you're watching. That's okay. You're welcome, bro. So every time, abominations and desolations is armies in Jerusalem. Every single time. Okay? Now, Daniel 11. We'll go back. I just wanted to make that point because that's very significant. Because everyone says, the reason why I bring this up, because we say that everyone believes in this popular view, right? They believe in the end time popular view where the 7-year tribulation, and they say he will put an end to sacrifice and offering, regarding the Antichrist putting an end to sacrifice and offering, 3.5 years, etc., etc. Okay? But the thing is that abominations of desolations does not mean the Antichrist setting himself up. It means instead that the armies that should not be in Jerusalem are there destroying Jerusalem. That's an abomination of desolation. And if you look up the definitions of abomination, desolation, it literally means just that, to become a waste, something of something foul to become waste. So, in fact, how do we know it even more? Side note, do you guys remember yesterday when I was talking about Zechariah 14? Remember, Zechariah 14 talks about, and then I will gather all nations to battle against who? I will gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. So here we have the nations surrounding Israel fighting in Jerusalem. And then the Lord will come and fight against those nations, and his feet will be planted on the Mount of Olives. So he's physically present on the Mount of Olives fighting against those nations. But these are armies in Jerusalem. Zechariah 14. This is an end time event. Right? Armies in Jerusalem. Luke tells us armies in Jerusalem. Okay, because Matthew, Mark, and Luke, those are dual prophecies. It happened at that time with the Roman Empire. It's going to happen again. Okay? So, armies in Jerusalem. That's an abomination of desolation. 3.5 years. So, Edwin, to answer your question earlier, and I'm gonna skip. This is me skipping ahead, and then I'll lead up to why I'm saying this. The Bible points to 3.5 years. Why? Because when Zechariah 14 happens, this invasion in Israel, we're talking about a full-scale war. We're talking about man-to-man combat. Okay, boots on the ground, an invasion. Okay, the armies of Islam entering and crossing into the borders of Israel. Okay, taking over Israel. When we see that happen live on CNN, live on Fox News, etc., when we see that event happen, that's going to be a 3.5 year war. Okay? We see the pattern happening over and over and over again. This is why he says he was given authority for 42 months to rule over the saints. He was given authority. Who? The beast. Remember, I told you that the beast is the system of Islam. I showed you how that's the system of Islam. The nations, the beast, are in fact the regions. And it names the nations. This is why God fights those nations. That happens for 3.5 years. That's going to be a 3.5 year persecution of Israel. Okay, that war is going to be 3.5 years. Now you would think, well, where's America and all this? Like, what's going on? Well, if you're noticing the events that's taking place, it's going to be similar to what happened with Ukraine and Russia. Remember, when that happened, we didn't get involved. We support them by supplying them in ways that they can fight for themselves. And it also could be that it might not even happen during the time that who our current president is, because I don't think he would allow something like that to happen. So it could be a future president that is not going to be in a good relationship with Israel. Or it could be where we're also fighting as well, but these nations are there and they're strong. And it's just a hard battle. I mean, we see that it's clearly a hard battle because they are in Jerusalem for 3.5 years. How do we know that they're in Jerusalem for 3.5 years? How do we know? Revelation 11. If you're watching, go to Revelation 11. This is regarding the two witnesses. Okay, the two witnesses. You want to know who the two witnesses are? Have you always been curious of who you? Everyone thinks it's people. Some people thought it was Enoch, Moses, right? Some people think it's Elijah and Moses because they were the ones who were, is that the 3.5 years same as the time of the witnesses? There you go, Golden. You see where I'm going with this. Listen, now let's go there. Okay, let's go there. Okay, because remember, God tells him, he says, look, then I was given a reed like a measuring rod, and the angel stood rise and measured the temple of God, the altar. And mind you, this isn't regarding a third temple. He's asking him to measure the current temple that's there at that time. But leave out the court in which leave out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the Gentiles. And they will tread the holy city underfoot for 42 months. And I will give power to my two witnesses, and they will prophesy 1,260 days. So there it goes, 2 times. It's mentioning 3.5 years, 42 months, 1,260 days. Okay, clothed in sackcloth. These are the olive trees and the 2 lampstands. Okay, so the Bible literally calls the 2 witnesses the olive tree and the lampstand. Now we know in Zechariah, the book of Zechariah, and the chapter 1 of Revelation calls the olive tree and the lampstands regarding the Jews and the Christians. That's the saints. So the saints, the Christians, the church is the lampstand. And Zechariah, the olive trees, or it might be the other way around, is regarding the Jews, people, the Israel. Okay, it's regarding the Jews. So the 2 witnesses are the Christians and the Jews. How do we know this? Because remember, it says, look when you go down to verse 7. When they finish their testimony, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit will make war against them, overcome them, and kill them. And their bodies will lie in the street of that great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Gomorrah, where our Lord was crucified. Then those from the people's tribes, tongues, nations will see their bodies for 3.5 days, and not allow their bodies to be put in graves. Okay, and those who dwell on the earth will rejoice over them, make merry, and send gifts to one another, because these 2 prophets tormented those who dwell on the earth. Listen, pay attention to this. It's like I'm getting chills just because. Remember, who's the beast? If you've been following me, who did I say who's the beast? What is the beast? The system of what? Of Islam. Okay. So if the beast is the system of Islam, making up the composite of the nations that come against Israel, it's telling us that the beast is the one who unalives the 2 witnesses. Right? So and then it says that they are in that great city which the Lord was crucified. So this is once again regarding Jerusalem. Zechariah 14. I will gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. Then the Lord's feet will be shown on the Mount of Olives. Once again, Zechariah 14 is also Revelation 11. One day, all of this is pointing to that one event. Okay? Why do the peoples who dwell on the earth? Because remember, this is the English. The earth doesn't mean the globe. Earth in the Greek, in the original text, earth also means a specific region. It's talking about the dirt of a specific region. It does not mean the world. It actually, if you go look at the original text, it regards a specific place, a piece of land. Okay? But it's already telling us that it's Jerusalem, because it's telling us where the Lord was crucified. But look what it says. And those who dwell on the earth will rejoice over them, make merry, and send gifts to one another, because these 2 prophets tormented those who dwell on the earth. If the 2 prophets are the Jews and the Christians, if the beast is Islam, is it not surprising that they're jumping for joy now that they've taken over Jerusalem? Because it says that the 2 witnesses have tormented them. From their perspective, this is how they feel, that they were tormented. Think about this. If the beast is Islam, okay, and they're the ones who is fighting against the 2 witnesses, and the 2 witnesses are in fact the Jews and the Christians, okay, inside of Israel, And now they have taken control of Jerusalem. They have taken control of Israel, right? They're occupying it. And then they go and unalive the people and leave their bodies in the streets for 3.5 days. And then they're jumping for joy. Why? Because prior to this, they was always going to war with America, with Israel, and always losing these battles. But now they're finally won. So they're jumping for joy. Can you, even if you push the Bible to the side, let's push the Bible to the side. And let's use your logic. If these nations, if Iraq, Syria, if Iran, Lebanon, even the Palestinians within Gaza, if they all joined forces and fought against Israel and actually took over the IDF, okay, they got the generals, they got the prime minister, they got them, like they're caught, they're captured, and they took over Jerusalem, and the armies are in Jerusalem, a full-scale invasion. If we see that happening, can you not imagine them screaming, shooting in the air, excited, happy? Right? You can even see that from aside the Bible. How would the people of those nations, of those armies, react to their conquer of Jerusalem? Right? We can see that even aside from the Bible. But it already, if the beast, this is why, right, jumping for joy. Or we can see they do it all the time, right? Fact, and they will win, and Jesus will have, yeah. So what we know, that's how they act in the past. Exactly that. And then what else would we witness them doing on the Temple Mount? Because remember, right now, currently, they have the Dome of the Rock in the temple, on the temple. The Dome of the Rock. And remember, I spoke about this last night. If you're new, if you didn't look it up, look up Dome of the Rock. It's an Islamic shrine that's currently sitting on the Temple Mount. It's an Islamic shrine. And majority of the Muslims of the world hasn't even gone to that site. So when they get there and they're now in this holy land, they're now in the Holy Land, and they have their shrine already there. They have their own temple that's already set up. If there's a full-scale invasion and they win that war, they win that invasion, what else? How else you think they're gonna jump for joy? Right? Oh, for them it's gonna be a beautiful moment. And what else would they do? The Bible talks about in Revelation 20. And then I saw the souls of those who were beheaded. Right? You're going to witness that as well. This is why the Bible talks about it being the worst time ever. There will never be a time like it. There's never been a time like it. There will never be another one like it. That 3.5 year period is going to be the worst time ever. Remember, God tells us, Jesus tells us that he must shorten the days, because if not, then no one would survive. But for the sake of the elect, he shortens those days. Right? We see that the two witnesses are being unalived by the beast. This is why I say I love to reverse engineer prophecy, because I need to understand who it's speaking about. Once you understand the beast, everything else is revealed. Everything else. Then not only that, because once you understand the beast, you lock in with the beast. You're like, you know what? This is who it is. I see it. You lock in with that, then all of these other doctrines, they start to not make sense. And then you're starting to challenge these doctrines. And then when you go and study it for yourself, no, AI is going to be in control. No, it's not. AI has nothing to do with any of this. This is a religious war. It's about a religion that comes in the ends of time and persecutes the people of God. It's a religious war. It has nothing to do with AI. That's what the girl before me said. Oh, okay. Nah. So yeah, if anyone's watching and you think it's AI, it has nothing to do with AI. Scratch that. Study this for yourself. You guys are copying and pasting, doctrines. It has nothing to do with AI. The Bible is pointing to the regions of the Middle East. God fights the regions of the Middle East. He points to those regions. He fights those people within those lands, which today are all Islamic nations. God is literally in the Bible, biblically fighting against Muslims. That's what we see in the Bible. And even in the Quran, it talks about these things. Even their scriptures say the same things. The ends of times will not happen until the tribes of Islam fight against the tribes of Israel. And then we will see, and then the rocks will cry out, come, come, there is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and unalive him. This is what their scriptures say. That the rocks would even cry out. The stones and the trees would even cry out, come, come, there is a Jew hiding behind me. So even in their teachings, even in Islamic eschatology, they are prophesied to go to war in the ends of times with Israel. So when you're wondering who they are, go study Islam. And you see that it's them. Okay? The beast system is political, religious, global, Islam, papacy. Okay, listen to what you just said, Christy. You said that the beast is political, religious, and global. Islam and papacy may okay, I didn't read the rest of what you said. So yes, and that's exactly what Islam is. Political, religious, and global. But it cannot be the papacy because all of the other things do not fit the Vatican. Right? Can you imagine? Remember, in the ends of time, it talks about the persecution of the saints. It talks about the off with their heads. Okay, can you imagine the Pope or the Vatican offing the heads of the saints, of Christians and Jews? I don't see that happening. I don't, but Islam does. Okay, so it cannot be the Vatican. Like I said, you might find some that fits, but then everything else doesn't fit. Because if you go there, then there's too many questions. 7 hills, golden cup, wardrobe. So remember, the 7 hills, the Bible calls them mountains. The 7 hills are 7 mountains. It says that the 7 heads, so the beast with 7 heads, the Bible tells us, the 7 heads are 7 mountains. They are also 7 kings. Kings, hills, or mountains, hills, is an allegorical term for an empire, always. So it's not a literal hill, because remember, the Bible tells us, John tells us, 5 have fallen, one has not yet come. So when did 5 hills of Rome fall? One, what is this one is, and one is the one that has not yet come. If there's already 7 hills, if the 7 hills are the 7 hills of Rome, it tells us 5 have fallen, one has not yet come. So these are regarding empires. So it's not the hills of Rome. Okay, it's not the Vatican. And the golden cup, it says that she has a wine of abundance coming out of the desert. That's oil. You can see that in Isaiah 34. If you go to Isaiah chapter 34, it says that the streams will be turned into pitch. It's regarding Edom, Duma, Timan, Arabia. Okay, it's regarding Saudi Arabia, the destruction of Arabia. Arabia is the harlot. That was yesterday's live. So let me get back on topic. So the two witnesses are being unalived by the beast. Okay, so it's the beast. So if the beast is the one that's in Revelation 11 regarding the two witnesses, there's the beast. So there's the beast in Jerusalem. We see in Zechariah 14 armies in Jerusalem. Luke 21 tells us when you have armies in Jerusalem, we see a time it's over and over the same pattern. All the prophets are pointing to the same thing. We have armies in Jerusalem fighting against the people. Okay, so that means that the two witnesses are fighting or being unalived by and this is why they're prophesying for the 3.5 years. They're prophesying for 3.5 years. They're praying. They're going through it. Like they're going through it. Because the armies are there. They're in Jerusalem. They're there fighting the people. And of course they will be that disrespectful. And when they unalive them, they leave the bodies in the streets. Think about who would do that. Who is angry enough at Israel during war to leave their bodies in the streets? Okay? We're witnessing it happening right now. All right. Now, in Revelation, that was Revelation 11. Now, let's go back to the abominations of desolations. Now, in Revelation, that was Revelation 11. Now, let's go back to the abominations of desolations. Now, this is going to shock y'all. If y'all ain't been shocked yet, then this will shock y'all. So Revelation 11 also talks about the abominations of desolations. And forces shall be, remember I said that abominations of desolations means armies in Jerusalem. Okay? You froze again. Can you guys hear me? Am I good? Am I freezing? Y'all see me? Somebody said I froze. We good? All right, good, we go. You frozen. You good, you're good. All right. So, abomination desolations means armies in Jerusalem. So, Daniel 11, verse 31. Remember, Daniel 11 is talking about the king of the north. The king of the north. I don't know why I'm freezing. So, here we go. The king of the north, right? But verse 11. And forces shall be mustered by him. By him. And they shall defile the sanctuary fortress. And they shall take away the daily sacrifice and place there the abomination of desolation. You see that? The abomination of desolation is mentioned, but it's once again, forces shall be mustered by him. There's armies, once again, armies in the same context, in the same scripture as abomination of desolation. I can't hear you. All right, hold on. Let me see what's going on. I'm not sure why this is happening. I'm seeing everybody kind of. I can't. Maybe some of you guys' connection. I don't know. I'm getting like 50-50 here. Well, I'm not having any. Okay, cool. Right. So once again, abominations of desolations in the same context as armies in Jerusalem. So abomination of desolation is not the Antichrist setting himself up in the 7-year tribulation. Okay? It's not. We know who the Antichrist is. We know where he comes from. We know who his armies are. Okay? This model, the 7-year tribulation model, tells us at the beginning of the 7-year tribulation, the Antichrist sets up a peace treaty. Most people, they argue with whether or not we're raptured at that time or if it's in the middle or the end. That part is up for debate. But the popular view is that the 7-year tribulation or the 7-year peace treaty, the covenant, enters the 7-year tribulation. The Antichrist sets himself, he puts it together. But in the middle, he puts an end to sacrifice and offering. That's the view. Okay? That's the view. But I'm showing you that abomination of desolation does not mean the Antichrist setting himself up. Abominations of desolations is talking about armies in Jerusalem. I show you guys over and over and over and over again what the scripture is literally pointing to. Okay, we see that in Daniel 11. We saw it in Daniel 25 regarding the 42 months, times, and half a time. Right? So he mentioned time, times, and half a time. And here he's mentioning abominations of desolation. Now, I'm going to go to the original text. Because do you guys remember when I showed you the original text in Daniel 9, verse 27, taking away the sacrifice and offering is the literal sacrificial laws and the literal offering laws. Okay, it was the original traditions. By the original text, those words meant the sacrificial covenants, the laws. But in Daniel, this is how I'm going to show y'all that it's speaking of a different thing, that those are not the same. This is how we know that Daniel 9 regarding the 70 weeks is not the Antichrist. It is regarding the Messiah fulfilling the 70 weeks. And when he speaks of the abominations of desolations, it's a different meaning. Okay? It's a different meaning. So, Daniel 11, verse 31. In the original text, this is what it says. And when the taken away, now look at the word, sir, because now remember, the other text, Daniel 9:27, the taken away of the sacrifice and offering is speaking of the original sacrificial law. You see it in the text. But look what it says here instead. Okay, because what does he say? Daniel 11:31. Then they shall take away the daily sacrifices. I'm going to show you why it's not the same thing. Because look, they shall take away. Look what the word for take away. Look what the word means. Look what it means. Do y'all see that? Do y'all see what that say? Okay. Different word. It's not speaking of the original context of sacrificing. The word there instead, if you can't see that, the word there is behead. Behead. Okay? And look what it says, daily sacrifices. Daily sacrifices in the original text. Daily sacrifices in the original text does not mean the same word in Daniel 9 verse 27. Daniel 9 verse 27, sacrifices meant the actual literal original sacrificial law. But sacrifices in this verse is tamid. Okay? And it means something to be continual, something that's happening daily. So, in other words, in the Hebrew, what the Bible is telling us, and forces shall be mustered, and they shall defile the sanctuary fortress. Then they shall take away the daily sacrifices and place there the abominations of desolations. If the abominations of desolations is in fact armies in Jerusalem, then in this verse, the taking away of the sacrifices means the abominations of desolations are armies in Jerusalem. The original text in Daniel 11 does not say original sacrifices and offering. Instead, it gives us a different meaning, which is actually telling us, and when you see the by, okay, that's what it's telling us. Okay? Because we see that the abominations of desolations is in fact armies in Jerusalem. But this taking away of the sacrifice in the original Hebrew, instead, it doesn't talk about the old sacrificial laws. It doesn't use the same meaning. It's a different word in the Hebrew. And it's telling us the daily beheadings. When you see the daily beheadings by the armies in Jerusalem, okay, happening during the 3.5 years, and it's mentioning the times, time, and half a time. It mentions the times, and half a time. It mentions the 1,290 days. It mentions the 42 months. Remember, we saw 42 months regarding the two witnesses. We saw 1,290 days regarding the two witnesses. Regarding the saints in Daniel 11, we saw times, time, and half a time. 3.5 years. This is 3.5 years. This is 3.5 years. Okay? What scripture was that? That was Daniel 11, verse 31. Daniel 11, verse 31. Everyone agrees Daniel 11 is about the king of the north. The king of the north. And then it gives you a context and it gives you the description of the Antichrist. Then it goes on and talks about the daily sacrifice being taken by the abominations and desolations. And then we also see this in Matthew 24. Remember, Jesus tells us, he's pointing to Daniel, when you see the abominations of desolation standing where he ought not. Matthew 24 tells us the abominations of desolations in the holy place. Mark 14, standing where he should not be. Luke 21 instead calls them armies in Jerusalem. He doesn't say abomination of desolation, which means armies in Jerusalem are in fact abominations of desolations. And the taking away of the sacrifice is not the same as Daniel 9, verse 27, who people say is the Antichrist putting an end to sacrifice. That's not what it's saying. Because the original term here is, in fact, the sacrificial laws being taken away. Okay? That's what Jesus did. He fulfilled that. But in the other texts regarding the Antichrist taking away the sacrifice and offering does not mean the same words. The words are different in the Hebrew. If the words are different in the Hebrew, that means that if there's anyone here that's like from you have a different background, if you're Hispanic or whatever you are, that you speak another language, you know that when we read the Bible, we'll see that something is spoken of twice in the same meaning in English, but in the original text, it does not mean the same thing. They're different words, meaning so when they spoke in their original language, they weren't saying the same thing. Meaning Daniel wasn't saying he wasn't saying sacrifice and offering in the same sentence. He was saying a different word. Okay, he was saying a different word. But in the English, it's translated in the same fashion. All right. We also see the same thing. That's Daniel 11. Daniel 12. If you go to Daniel 12 precedes Daniel 11. Because now Daniel 12 is talking about the very end. Okay, look what Daniel 11 tells, or Daniel 12. And at that time, Michael shall stand up, the great prince who stands and watch over the sons of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that time. And at that time, your people shall be delivered. Everyone who was found written in the book. He's talking about the Jews in Jerusalem. Your people shall be delivered. Okay. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall wake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting contempt. Now, this is right here is a quick overview of the snatching away. Okay, Michael is describing these things, or Gabriel is describing these things to Daniel. Those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the firmament, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, shut up the words of this book. Shut up the words and seal the book until the end of time, to the time of the end. So this is for the end. Many shall run to and fro, knowledge shall increase. See, so it's only when we get to the closer we get to the end, the more knowledge increases. The more there's the unsealing of the scroll. The more God gives us wisdom regarding what he's talking about in Daniel. Okay? And then Daniel, looked, and there stood two others on this riverbank and on the other of that riverbank. And one said to the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, how long should the fulfillment of these wonders be? Listen to what he says. Then I heard the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and left hand, swore by him who lives. He said it should be for a time, times, and half a time. There's the 3.5 years again. Same times, and half a time that we see in Daniel 7. Okay, in Daniel 7 is the little horn who is persecuting the saints. The little horn, we found out, is the eighth king. The eighth king is the revival of the Ottoman Empire. The revival of the Ottoman Empire is the modern day Islamic Empire. We see in Daniel 11 that there's a persecution of the saints regarding the beast, persecuting the two witnesses for 42 months. Okay? Then we also see that abominations, his armies in Jerusalem. See, it's giving us the same sequence of events. Okay? Times, and half a time. And he says, although I heard and I did not understand. Then I said, my Lord, what shall be the end of these things? So Daniel's asking him again, like, huh? I don't get it. Can you explain again? Look what he says. He says, go your way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed to the end of time. Many shall be purified, made white and refined, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand. And from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination of desolation is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. I'm sorry, hold on. Yeah, 1,290 days. There goes the taking away of the sacrifices again. There goes the abominations of desolations, mentioned again. Okay, that's Daniel 12, verse 11. Daniel 12, verse 11, right? Now look what it says. Daniel 12, verse 11. Look at the original context. And from the time taken away, look what it says. Can you guys see this? To remove, to what? To depart, remove, to be removed, to behead. Okay? And the English is saying something else, but in the original text, this is telling us this. And then, when it says the daily sacrifice in English, daily sacrifice in English is not talking about these sacrificial laws. It's talking about a continual thing, something that is happening every day, something that is happening over and over and over again, something that is continually happening. So in other words, once again, what it's saying is that the abominations and desolations, these are armies in Jerusalem doing, is that so hard to believe? If Islam did invade Jerusalem, and if they did conquer the Israel and the IDF, and they took over, and they're there occupying Israel, they're occupying the Jews and the IDF, is it so hard to believe that this will be going on? Is it so hard to believe that they would literally do this? Can you, is that hard to imagine? We will literally see this going viral. This will go viral. You will literally see this going viral. And you will see the world rejoicing because there's already a built-up hatred for Israel. There's already a built-up hatred. Negative, that would definitely happen. Exactly. You guys see, even if you push the Bible to the side and just use your mind and see what's happening right now, if Iran was able to cross into the borders of Israel, along with Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Somalia, Sudan, Libya, with Turkey, Lebanon, and Gaza, the remaining people in Gaza, Hamas, if they all got together and entered into the borders of Israel and took over and started occupying them, you're telling me that you wouldn't see this? Of course we would. Of course we would. So it's no wonder the Bible literally says in the original text, and from the time that the armies are in Jerusalem and of the daily beheadings, there shall be 3.5 years. The 3.5 years is this event. 3.5 years of the persecution of Israel. Okay? That's the three. That's what the Bible's regarding a tribulation. There is no 7-year tribulation. This is why I told you guys that all of it's related. Because this is the popular view. TV pastors, books. Like I said, I even have this timeline is in this book. It literally talks about the same 2,000 year gap, etc., etc. Where's America? So if you turn to where's my Bible? Oh, give me a second. I don't know where my Bible is at. Where did I put my other Bible? I'm tripping. Oh, it's right here. I'm tripping. Everyone go to Micah 5. Okay? So turn to Micah 5. It's one of the minor prophets that people rarely ever read. Right? I'm pretty sure, and this is not to offend nobody, but I just know from experience, like a lot of people don't really read these minor prophets. Obadiah. Has anyone ever read Obadiah? Obadiah is one chapter in the Bible. It's just one chapter. Right? The book of Obadiah. The book of Nahum. The book of Amos. Right? A lot of people don't really read the minor prophets or rarely remember what they're spoken about. But if you look at Micah 5, right? So in Micah 5, it talks about the coming of the Messiah. But then it goes into, in chapter 5, verse 5, when the Assyrian comes into our land And when he treads into our places, then we will raise against him 7 shepherds and 8 princely men. They shall waste with the sword the land of Assyria, etc., etc. And it goes in. Now, all scholars agree the Assyrian in Micah 5 is the Antichrist. Can anyone tell me where the Assyrian Empire ruled out of? Where was the Assyrian Empire, guys? This is a quiz, pop quiz. Can anyone tell me where the Assyrian Empire is? Syria. There we go. Okay. So Syria. Why you say all scholars agree? You're lying. So Assyria is in fact the land, the region of Turkey, Syria, Iraq, a little bit of Persia, going into, I believe, Egypt. All of that was the Assyrian Empire. So it's telling us, it's pointing to that region, telling us that from that region, they're going to come into our land. When they tread into our land, we will raise against them 7 shepherds and 8 princely men. So who was that? Let me go back. Where is America? So RS, I don't know how to say your name. It's just a bunch of letters. I'm sorry. Forgive me. RS Lagel. I don't know if I'm saying that right. R Slagel, maybe. Okay. I believe that one of the seven shepherds is in fact America. Because remember, it's a beast with 7 heads. And then the Bible raises up 7 shepherds to fight against the beast. So it's 7 against 7. Okay, I believe that America is in fact one of the 7 that will go to war. Remember, the Bible tells us that the army of the Antichrist is 200 million. It's an army of 200 million. Okay, 200 million. That is a lot of people. That is a lot of people. 200 million. Okay, so 200 million comes from the armies of the Antichrist. This is why you've always heard that it's Russia and China, because the reason why people say that it's Russia and China, because they wonder, well, where does this 200 million people come from? It must be Russia and it must be China, because that's the only way you can muster 200 million people. It's the only way. Okay. But that's not true, because remember, the beast with 7 heads, but the Bible says God will have all nations go against Israel. It's not literally all nations. It's not technically all nations. I mean, we're kind of witnessing that now, but it actually names the nations. So if you read further into the text, Christy, then you'll notice that the Bible names the nations. And Psalms 83, Ezekiel 25, Ezekiel 38, 39. You know, Isaiah 21, he names the nations, and every nation mentioned by name are in fact all Islamic nations today. Every nation mentioned by name that comes against Israel, they're all Muslim nations. And in fact, that's literally what we're witnessing today. Are we not? Who is the only nations at war with Israel? Who are the only people that Israel is fighting all of our lives since we've all been born? Who are the only people that Israel has been at war with? Who are the only people that attacks them? And who are the only people that they're always defending themselves against? Always. You don't even need the Bible to see that. But the Bible, it names the nations. There we go. Redeem got it right. Right? So the nations that you're literally witnessing them fight against now, those nations are mentioned in the Bible as being nations that fights against them. I can literally point to you guys the verses. We can go right to the verses and I'll show you those nations are fighting them today. They're literally fighting. But Gaza is mentioned. Elam is Iran. Persia is Iran. They're mentioned, right? Tyre, Lebanon is mentioned by name. These are literally mentioned by name. Cush and Put, that's Sudan and Somalia. Okay, that's the regions of Sudan and Somalia. North Africa, East Africa. Tells us Babylon. The name's Babylon. Right? Babylon is Iraq. It names Amman, Gibal. That's the regions of Jordan. It names the Assyrian, calls the Assyrian. Assyria That's Syria, right? We've already known them to fight Syria. Even today, they're still fighting Syria. They're still fighting Syria today. Hamas is in Gaza, so when you see them fighting against Gaza, it's because they're fighting Hamas. And we see that in biblically. They're fighting Tyre. Tyre is, no, I didn't say Tubal. So Tyre is Lebanon. That's where Hezbollah is, right? We see them fighting against them too. This is why Dedan all the way to Timan. Dedan to Timan. That's Yemen to Jordan, right? Yemen. They're fighting against Yemen too. That's the Houthis. The Houthis are in Yemen. We see them fighting them. So biblical prophecy is literally happening live today. People are missing it because they're so caught up with the AI. They're so caught up with the tribulation. They're so caught up with this 7-year peace treaty. They're so caught up with America and all these different things that the Bible doesn't talk about. The Bible mentions none of these things, and the world is caught up with that instead. But all of the literals that the Bible is talking about, people ignore. The church ignores it. It's a strange thing. That's why I say we're in the midst of the falling away. Russia and Little Rock man-made a deal today. I haven't really watched the news today. Right? So this is what it's pointing to. And we see time and time again, abominations of desolations set up. Remember, in 2 Thessalonians, let's go there. I don't want to even misquote it. So let's go to 2 Thessalonians. Hold on, was I supposed to show you? Oh no, I did. Okay. Let's go to 2 Thessalonians. Now look what he says. 2 Thessalonians, the great apostasy. All right. Now, brother, concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our gathering together to him. Okay, so that sounds like a rapture event. All right. We ask you not to be soon shaken in mind or troubled, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as if from us, as though the day of Christ had come. Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come unless the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Do you not remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? Now, everyone agrees that's the Antichrist. Everyone agrees that's him setting himself up. But this is what they make the mistake and taking that verse and then putting it with the abominations of desolations. And then they take all of the abominations of desolation verses because they mentioned 3.5 years, and then they extract those verses and then they throw it into this as being the final 3.5 year period. How does the mark worn on the forehead and right hand by Muslims equate to 666? All right, who's that? Jewel. So I don't know if you were here. I'll give you a quick rundown on that, because today's topic is a little different. The mark of the beast. Okay. I'll show you my Bible first. So I have an interlinear Bible. Okay. In my Bible, in the interlinear Bible, it shows you first. So I have an interlinear Bible. Okay. In my Bible, in the interlinear Bible, it shows you the original Hebrew and the original Greek. All right. So in the original Greek for 666. Where are we at? Oh, right here. So there's the original 666. Can you see that? 666. Now look above 666. You'll see 3 Greek symbols. Let me see. Right there. 3 Greek symbols. You see those 3 Greek symbols? So 666, 3 Greek symbols. So that's the biblical 666. Right? So the biblical 666, So the biblical 666 shows us 3. So this is 666, and it shows us this. It shows us this, And it shows us this. That's 666. This is Chi. I'm sorry. This is Xi. But these are the Greek numbers. Chi, Psi, Stigma. Oh, stigma. Forgot the G. My mind is working faster than my hands. All right, so Chi, Psi, Sigma. That's the biblical 666. Now you would think, why aren't these the same symbols? Because it's not showing us 666. It's showing us 666. So this is 600, the Greek 60, the Greek 6. For some strange, miraculous reason, these are also Arabic words. Okay, this is bism. This means bismillah in Arabic, bismillah. Okay, so this means in the name of. Okay, in the name of. That's this word. This is an Arabic word. This is also an Arabic word. This means Allah. It's the name of Allah. So the Bible tells us that 666 is in the name of Allah. Okay, and this is the cross-sword symbol of Islam. If you look at the Muslim Brotherhood, you'll see that they all have the cross-sword symbol on their flags. Google Muslim Brotherhood. Comes out of Egypt. You'll see that they have the same cross-sword. And how does this work? Because if you look at what's happening or what's already been happening, so here's the biblical 666. Where am I at? Okay. Biblical 666. And then here is the in the name of Allah. And you can see they're both identical. Exactly the same. Because John wasn't writing the Greek 666. John was writing Bismillah. Okay? He was writing in the name of Allah. Remember, the Bible tells us that it's the name of the beast. The name of the beast is in the name of Allah. And it says they wear it on the right hand, the foreheads and right arms. Well, if you look in the Middle East, all of the Islamic groups, they wear these bandanas on their foreheads and on, where am I at? And on their right arms. I have the Mark of the Beast series. I talk about this. And I show a lot more pictures where you can see that they have all of the badges. They wear all the badges on their right arm. Because the word in the Greek, it's not right hand, it's dexios. Where you can see that they have all of the badges. They wear all the badges on their right arm. Because the word in the Greek, it's not right hand, it's dexios, meaning right arm. So they wear these badges. And if you can see that on it has the same symbols. Look. Okay? They wear the same symbols. 666. This says in the name of Allah. This is literally, they wear the literal biblical 666 on their foreheads and on their right arms. So he forces them to take a mark and worship their image. All Muslims are required to pray 5 times a day to the Kaaba in Mecca. Inside the Kaaba is a black stone. It's idol worship. Okay? So there's a quick overview on that. All right, so that's why I say that this model doesn't fit. This model, it can't fit. This model can't fit. It just doesn't fit. It can't fit. There's no way. It's no way that the Antichrist is shown in the last final 7 years when he's already here. The mark of the beast is already here. It's been here. The image has been here. All the things that the Bible's talking about is already here. It's already been here. So this model doesn't fit because this model tells you the famous pastor, the famous TV pastors and everyone else tells you that in the beginning of the 7-year tribulation, the Antichrist puts together a peace treaty with Israel, and then he's revealed in the 3.5 years. And then during this time is when he enforces the mark, is when he makes everyone worships the beast and its image, etc., etc. They say it's during this time, but I'd argue that no, it's not, because it's already happening. It's already happening. Been happening. Remember, Revelation began at the ascension of Christ. When Christ entered into heaven and he left, that's when Revelation began. Why? Because remember, it tells us that the scroll was 7 seals. No one was able to open or unseal the scroll until the Lamb who was slain was in heaven. He was the one who opened it, meaning that Revelation begins when he ascended. So when, what year? Since when, what year? I don't know the years. I just know that if the Lamb is the one who unseals the scroll, and the Lamb is Christ, then we know that it wasn't until he ascended into heaven that's when Revelation begins. And that makes sense. That actually makes sense because remember, they tell us, John told us about the beast. He tells us in Revelation 17. Okay. John tells us, remember, John was there during the time of Christ, right? He was there during the time of Christ. Then he writes Revelation after Christ is crucified and gone, right? And then he tells us 5 have fallen, one has not yet come. The Bible's pointing to the final head, the 7th head, the one that hasn't come. So this means he's writing this, he's having this vision. He's writing these things. And then in the end times, John and Enoch are the 2 witnesses. No, they're not, user. They're not. I know why you think it's John, and I know why you think it's Enoch, but it's not. And I don't know where you saw that somewhere on YouTube, and then now you're copying and pasting. It's not John and it's not Enoch. You think it's John because the Bible never mentions John passing away. And then it says that he says, and then you must eat the little scroll, for you must go out and continue to prophesy against many peoples, nations, tongues, etc. So this is why you think it's John, because he tells John, you must go out and prophesy. Then the next verse literally brings up the 2 witnesses. So you think one is John, and then you think the other is Enoch because Enoch never died. Right? So that's why you think they're the 2 witnesses. I know what you're thinking. The other I don't know how to say that. Paron. You think it's Elijah and Moses because of the gifts that the 2 witnesses have, right? They bring fire from heaven, turn the waters into blood, and those are the 2 things that Elijah and Moses was able to do. Okay? It's not them. The 2 witnesses are not individuals. They're not 2 specific men. Okay? The 2 witnesses are the olive trees and the lampstands. Those are the Jews and the Christians. Okay? So they're Jews and they're Christians. The witnesses, this is why they prophesy for, because remember, it's those 2 witnesses. The beast, it tells us that the beast is the one that he fights. The beast is the one that persecutes the 2 witnesses. And the 2 witnesses for those 3.5 years are prophesying. And then when the beast finally unalives them, he leaves their bodies in the streets. And all the peoples are made, they're happy, they're excited. They're excited because those 2 witnesses in the past, prior to this 3.5 years, tormented them. And that's the same thing that we're witnessing regarding Islam. Because let's go with this. Like, let's just say that it is the Jews. Let's say it is the Jews and it is the Christians, right? And let's say the beast is Islam. Let's put them in the puzzle. Is it so hard to believe that when they finally conquer Israel, that they would be jumping for joy, excited, making merry, trading gifts? You know, is it hard to believe that? Nowhere in the Bible says names. Exactly. They don't say the name. They don't name the names. But the clue, it gives us the clue. Was that Jesus, Jezebel? I don't know how to say. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Albert. It gives us clues because it tells us the 2 witnesses are the lampstands and the olive trees. Who is the lampstand in the Bible? Who does the Bible tell us the lampstands are? And who's the olive tree? Right? It gives us the clue. It literally tells us who it is. Are you going to answer my question? What was your question, genius? I don't know what your question was. There's a lot of stuff popping up here, so, you know. Rather was written around 80, 90 AD. Who's causing all this to happen? If they save those who got the mark, hold on, what? If they save those who got the mark of these are, if you don't have the mark, Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying, man. They do marry Christian women, exactly. Who's causing all this to happen? Be a little bit more specific in regards to what? This is to Tim Jenkins. What I'm saying, the Bible, if you don't have the mark of the beast in your forehead, are you and so I don't know if you saw the beast, the mark of the beast is not it's not about us Christians here in America. It's not going to come to us. It's something that is accepted. It's not necessarily forced, it's required. Okay, it's a requirement. Because in Islam, when you become Muslim, you're required to now follow these things. You have to pray 5 times a day. You have to do these things. There's requirements within the religion. So all Muslims, and we're not talking about America, it has nothing to do with America because the Bible doesn't point to them. It points to the Middle East, right? And there, in those regions, they already wear it. They wear it. Google, look this up. Look up Islamic badge of servitude. And then go into, sorry about my texting, I'm texting, and I got an accent from Jamaica. It's cool. Right? So look up Islamic badge of servitude. Google headband, armband. Google Bismillah, Google Shahada. Look up these things and you'll see tons and tons of videos of them wearing these badges. They say that Christianity and Islam are almost the same. Deception by. So Lisa, you're not wrong, because in Islam the Quran has the same, almost the same characters, right? So it talks about Moses, it talks about Adam, it talks about Abraham and Ishmael, right? So it does mention these people. It mentions Mary, it mentions Jesus is in the Quran. So it's almost like a Christian cult. Okay, it's a mixture of religions, but it ultimately is a Babylonian religion. This is why the Bible calls it the daughter of Babylon. The Bat Aral. So yeah, the Bat Aral is a beast in Islam who also marks the foreheads of Muslims. So in Islam, they have a beast. It's called the Bat Aral, and he's known as the beast out of the earth. So Google, look up Islam beast of the earth. Okay, Wikipedia should pop right up. It's called the Bat Aral. He is said to mark the foreheads of Muslims, so that they can distinguish themselves so they can know each other and then distinguish themselves from non-Muslims. So in Christianity, the mark of the beast is a satanic mark, but in Islam, it's holy, it's accepted, because the beast who comes to mark the foreheads of the Muslims, he marks them so that they can tell each other apart from non-Muslims. So everyone would have to wear bandanas to buy or sell. No, Christy. So remember, the mark of the beast is not a future event. This is the deception. This is what we've been indoctrinated to believe because of this. This is why I wanted tonight to be this topic, because this model is where the 7-year tribulation comes from. It's where the third temple comes from, and it's where the Antichrist is introduced. This model right here. So if you've been watching since the beginning, I showed how the 70 weeks is fulfilled through Christ biblically, and we went through each verse and we showed you biblically how it's fulfilled. But modern day teachers teach that the last 7 years is thrown into the future, and this is where the Antichrist comes. So because of this model, the Antichrist is revealed, the tribulation begins, the third temple is set up, and because the Antichrist is revealed, he then forces the mark of the beast, the image, etc., etc. So this is why we all think it's the future. Okay? Can you create a PDF for us? So actually, Van, I don't know if you, well, I've written a book on this though. I have a book literally with all of these things step by step. And it is in PDF format, but I have to update it. It's a little outdated and I have to organize it, because when I first put it together, I was so excited and I rushed through it. I left a lot of content out and I've learned so much since. So I want to make it very thorough and put it in there. I love what you're doing. I thought the Bible said beasts represent the kingdom. I thought it Rome. I appreciate you, genius. So you're not wrong. So it's not wrong, because remember, the Roman Empire Don't make the mistake. Rome and Roman Empire, although they're the same, they're also two separate things, because the Western Roman Empire, there was a Western Roman Empire and an Eastern Roman Empire. They had two divisions. But both divisions, the entirety of the Roman Empire, included North Africa. It included Morocco, Mauritania, Tunisia, Sudan, Somalia, Egypt. All of that was part of the Roman Empire, which today are all Islamic nations. So you're not wrong, but it's not literal Rome, right? It's not where the Pope is. It's regarding the Roman Empire. Okay, so Christy, so because of this model, this is why we think it's future. And this is why, because we think it's future, we then start to try to understand what it is. So we think it's AI. We think it's technology. We think it's a microchip, right? We think all these weird things. Scratch that. Okay, forget this model. Now, the mark of the beast, I don't know if you saw, but I showed you in my Bible, it gives you these three symbols. So in my Bible, 666 shows you this. This is the biblical 666 in the original text. So if you were alive in this time, okay, if you was there with Jesus, if you was there with John is the one writing this. If you was with him when he was given this revelation, remember, English did not exist. There was no language of English. It was Greek. Okay, Greek was the language of the world at that time. He wrote these three symbols, Chi, Psi, Sigma, which is 666. Okay, this is an Arabic word. This is an Arabic word. Means Bismillah, which means in the name of Allah. So this word means in the name of, and then this is the name of Allah, because his name is like this, or with a underneath, right? So that's his name, but it's just turned sideways. That's all it is. So this is what John saw. And in the original, you can't really see it. You're probably not going to be able to see it here. It's a little bit too dark. Let me see. This is the Codex Sinaiticus. If you look up Codex Sinaiticus, you'll see the same symbols. Okay? But right here, you have the biblical 666. And then you have the Bismillah, in the name of Allah. And the X is the cross sword symbol of the Muslim Brotherhood. Okay? Now, the biblical 666 is worn on the foreheads and right arms of, those who are in the Middle East. And they have the same symbols. Look, there's the X, right? There's Chi. There's 600. There's 60. And then there's 6 right there. 666, the same symbols. Okay, they wear it on their foreheads and they wear it on their right arms. So don't believe this false doctrine that the mark of the beast is forced in the world, it's coming to America, it's a microchip, it's AI, or that we're going to be forced to take it. No, because the Bible points to the regions of the Middle East. What do you think about Daniel 9:27? Oh, brother, did you miss all of this? Hey, Ballin, let me ask you, when did you join? Can I ask you when you joined? I'm going to assume that you just recently joined, because literally that's what this topic is. Sorry, I just joined. No, you're good, bro. So literally that's what we're talking about. Today's topic is the 70 weeks of Daniel. And brother, I wish that you would have seen the whole thing. You know what? I don't think I could repost my live. Maybe I can download it. I could send it to you privately or something so you can catch up, because I literally broke it all down. The 70 weeks of Daniel, the popular model is that the 60 weeks is fulfilled, then there's a 2,000-year gap, and then the final 7 years is in the future, somewhere in the future, right? They tell us this is the 7-year tribulation, because the Antichrist goes into a covenant, starts the 7-year peace treaty, which then starts the 7-year tribulation, which then is where we get a third temple. Then in the middle, he puts an end to sacrifice. And then at the end, then it's the end, right? This is what they talk about. What about the modern Babylon? Who do you think modern Babylon is? So that's the modern view. But the biblical view, when you read the Bible, because I went through each verse. I wish you was here. I went through every single verse, one by one. And it clearly tells us that this is not the Antichrist. This isn't regarding the Antichrist. The he will go into a covenant with many for 1 week is still talking about Jesus. Jesus' ministry was 3.5 years, putting an end to sacrifice and offering, because he was ultimately the ultimate sacrifice. The remaining 3.5 years is when the gospel was going out to the Jews, but they kept rejecting it until they stoned Stephen. And then after they stoned Stephen, which was 3.5 years after the crucifixion, the gospel then goes out to the Gentiles. Paul was sent to the Gentiles, and the first recorded Gentile was Cornelius, when Peter went to Cornelius. Okay, those were the Romans. And then, bro, you need subtitles in all languages. Yeah, I don't know. But somebody asked me the harlot. So the harlot was yesterday's live. Mystery Babylon is Arabia. Okay, Mystery Babylon is Arabia. The Bible tells us it's Arabia. In Greek, 666 is not written as symbols or Arabic looking script. Revelation was written in AD 90. So then what is it then, Christy? What is the biblical? Because all right, let me show you. Because you're saying that it's not written in Greek. I'm gonna take a picture of this, and then I'm gonna blow it up. I'm gonna print it out. Matter of fact, I probably could just do that right now. So look. Okay, I have an interlinear Bible. Okay, in the original Greek and in the original Hebrew. So in the original Greek, I don't know if you saw this earlier. Let me try to. Okay, do you see that right there? 666. Now look above 666. Do you see that there's 3 symbols? That's the Greek. So in the Greek, that's what it's saying. It's showing us those symbols as 666. Can you guys see that? Is that clear? It looks clear from my view. I don't know. Does it look clear to you guys? All right, so look, there it is. 666, right? So that right there is this. Okay, it's showing you this. Same symbols. The Greek number 666 is also in the name of Allah. These are words. These are 2 words. This means in the name of, and this means this is the Hebrew. I'm sorry, the Arabic for Allah. Okay, and then this is the cross sword symbol of the Muslim Brotherhood. They wear this on their foreheads and right arms. Okay, somebody asked me the post-millennial. So I do believe in the 1,000-year reign of Christ because the Bible talks about it. Balling. So the Bible mentions 1,000-year reign in Revelation 20, but it also gives you. So the Bible mentions 1,000-year reign in Revelation 20, but it also gives you the details in Zechariah 14. If you read Zechariah 14, Christ fights against the nations that come against Jerusalem. His feet is on the Mount of Olives. After the Mount of Olives, he then sets up his kingdom in Jerusalem. And then year after year after year, all the nations that are left are then to go to Jerusalem and celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. That's the 1,000-year reign of Christ. It gives you details. Then you go to Isaiah 65. Isaiah 65 also gives you the details in which the 1,000-year reign of Christ is. It talks about, I create a new heaven and a new earth. But it also talks about that the babies will no longer die prior to 100 years old, that the men will live their full lives, that each child will live a full life to 100 years old. So this can't be the heavenly, like the end after the great white throne judgment, because no one's going to be passing away at that time. This is during the 1,000-year reign of Christ. And what I get from the context of the 1,000-year reign is life is just going to carry on. But now Christ is on earth. Christ is on earth in Jerusalem. And we can now just go, we can go there to go see him. We can travel there, go see him, give him a hug, whatever, chill with him, read some scripture, whatever. And life carries on during that 1,000 years. For that 1,000 years, it gives you specific details, and it's mentioned in multiple places throughout the Bible. For 1,000 years, after the 1,000 years, then Satan, because prior Satan is bound. Okay, he's bound for that 1,000 years. After the 1,000 years, he's released, And then there's that final war. The Bible calls it Gog and Magog, which I'm going to be honest, Gog and Magog, it's that one for me. I talk about it, but I don't try to go too hard about it, because the Gog and Magog war is mentioned as being the war that happens after the 1,000-year reign of Christ. Unless it's a dual prophecy, I have to really do a deep dive study in that to really grasp exactly what it's really talking about, because I don't know, from what I'm reading, it does seem to be a dual prophecy, because it mentions the nations of Islam, etc. It names all these things. So everything that I've been talking about, but it also mentions it again as being the war that happens after the 1,000 years. So it looks like it's a dual prophecy. I want to show you what the Lord told me, wrote down. Russia and China. So Maritza, it's not Russia and China. For several reasons. Remember, I'm trying to teach you guys to be like experts in biblical prophecy. Do not put in the text what's not there. Okay, Russia and China is never mentioned. It's not even mentioned in an allegorical fashion. It's not even mentioned in a metaphorical fashion, right? It's not even mentioned in a different term. Okay, so just always do that. Just keep that number one as your number one. Let me not put in the text what I don't see for myself. So if you don't see it in the text, it's not there. That's number one. But the literals are. And when it mentions Gog and Magog, Gog is the leader of Magog. Magog is in Turkey. If you look at old ancient biblical maps, Magog is in Turkey. Meshech, Tubal, Beth Togomar, they're all located in Turkey. And even if people wanted to argue and say that it's Russia, okay, it could be. But if it is, then it's all of the Stan countries, because all of southern Russia broke away from Russia, and those are all Islamic nations. All southern Russia is Islam. They're all Islamic nations. Look up southern Russia. They're all Islamic nations. Let me show you. I don't think that's the one. So even if somebody, wanted to argue and say, yeah, it's Russia, it could be. It could stretch out. It's Turkey, and it could stretch into Russia. But we're talking about southern Russia, which today are all Islamic nations. You can't run away from it. You can't run away from it. No matter how much people try to could it be this? Could it be that? And they try to point to something else. No matter how much you go there, Islam is always going to follow. It's always there too. And Damascus. Let me see what you were saying. Yeah, Damascus is mentioned as being destroyed too. Can you explain why John wrote calculate if it's not mean to be figured out numerically? You just got to look at the original text. I mean, this is a calculation. I mean, we did calculate it. It doesn't have to literally mean numerically. It is a way to calculate. Hold on, I'm trying to, is this it? Give me 1 second. Where is it at? I just seen it. Oh, this is frustrating. I don't know where is this it? Nope, that's not it. Hold on, guys. Now, if you guys know anything about Asia Minor was Turkey. No, that's Eric, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm so confused. During live last week, you said there wasn't a gap in Daniel. No. So if you look at this, I don't know how when you joined, I put two different models. This is the popular view. This is the modern view, which they say has a 2,000-year gap. And then this is the biblical view. And I went over all of the texts. Yeah, so you probably missed all, when I went over all of this. But I literally went through every single verse regarding the 70 weeks of Daniel. And then we went into Daniel 7, Daniel 11, Daniel 12. We showed how it's related to 2 Thessalonians, its relations to Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21, Revelation 11. So I showed all of that. We just went over all of that. So if you've been on since I got on, then you got to, you got to follow me regarding all those things. So where is the dead in Christ will rise and those alive will be caught up. So the dead in Christ, that's so it's telling us when Christ returns, the first who rise with him are everyone who is in Sheol, right? Because we all have this idea that, I don't know, I know growing up as a kid, we grew up and we think, oh, when people pass away, everyone who's good goes to heaven, or everyone who's bad goes to the other place, right? That's how it was when I was a kid growing up. But when I studied this for myself and understand where it is we all actually go to, it's not like that. Biblically, it's not like that. There's a place called, the Old Testament calls it Sheol. The New Testament calls it Hades. It's the abode of the dead. So everyone who passes away are like in this waiting place is what it is. Jesus talks about it in the book of Luke regarding the Lazarus and the rich man. Okay. And he talks about the rich man. They both pass away. And then when the rich man goes, when Lazarus passes away, I honestly don't want to watch that much. Who do you think it is? The Antichrist. So my videos are a 3-part series followed by a raw and uncut. The raw and uncut, you guys don't really have to watch. There's just like the way I'm talking with you right now. That's the raw and uncut version. The original series, it's like it got the music, the images, the biblical verses, right? That's that. And then it shows you everything in a very, really good fashion. But then raw and uncut is just me just talking, hence why the name is raw and uncut. But the Antichrist, it's not an individual, it's a system. And I broke this down yesterday. You got to look at the beast, and the beast is a 7-headed beast. The 7 heads are regarding the kingdoms, but it's not the literal ancient kingdoms, it's the geographical locations in which those kingdoms once ruled. And all those nations today are all Islamic nations. So it's pointing to those regions. The 7th kingdom being the Ottoman Empire. God tells us watch out for number 7. So the Antichrist comes from the regions of Islam. I'm trying to keep up with y'all. But I can't, I have this, hold on, maybe it's here. Maybe I skipped over it. I have the maps. I have these maps. And I wanted to show, I forget who it was that asked earlier. Was this it? I think this was it. Oh, am I tripping? I know I seen it in one of these books. Literally, like right before I gone on live. Ah, here we go. All right. So, is it this one? Okay. So, some people will say that Russia is Magog, right? But it's actually Turkey. But if you even wanted to argue, remember, Turkey stretched. And if you want to argue and say it's Russia, it also includes these nations: Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, all of the Stan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, all of the Stan countries these are all southern Russia. These are also Islamic nations. So even if you wanted to argue and say that Magog is in fact Russia, right? Those are all Islamic nations. So no matter how you twist, turn it, put it this way. And guys, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna assume based off of their names, I'm gonna assume that I have a lot of Muslims that keep requesting to hop on here with me. But I'm not doing a co-host type of thing, because they're gonna want to debate, and that's not what I'm here for. I'm not trying to debate. It's the same script, and all they're gonna do is, well, what up, Jesus? They go right to Jesus. Jesus is not God. It's the same script. It's actually done. It's tiring. Babar Azam. Yeah, I don't want to debate. Bakari King, not trying to debate. So who is the false prophet? Okay. So remember, the false prophet is himself the Antichrist, because the beast is the system. The false prophet leads them. The false prophet leads the system. So he himself is the Antichrist, which I believe the false prophet is, who's the prophet of Islam? They're not going to like that one, but I'm not, because they say that they don't worship him, but they do, because he's mentioned in all of the prayers. They mention him in the prayers. So if they don't worship him, why do they mention him? If he's already gone, if he already passed away and he's gone, why are they praising him in their prayers? And then they condemn us for praising Christ, who never passed away. In fact, in Islam, Christ never passed away. He never passed away. They condemn us for that, but yet they praise Muhammad, who passed away. You got to remember, the Mahdi is like their version of their Messiah, like, right? He's like their holy person who comes in the end of time, right? The Mahdi is also a descendant of Muhammad. It says that he would have his spirit. He will be a descendant of Muhammad. Now, I don't believe that Islamic eschatology is going to be fulfilled, but it's funny how it actually parallels with the Bible, right? The Mahdi is the Antichrist. So our biblical Antichrist, his characteristics are the same as the Mahdi. If you look up the Mahdi and you look up his as a matter of fact, I'll pull it up for you right here, because I have it in my book. So I have all of the comparisons. All right, so let me show y'all. And so we have Islamic eschatology. All right, so the Mahdi is Islam's primary Messiah figure. He will be a descendant of Muhammad and will bear Muhammad's name, Muhammad bin Abdullah. Am I lying? If there's Muslims on here, Muhammad bin Abdullah, right? He will be an unparalleled spiritual, political, and military world leader. He will emerge after a period of great turmoil and suffering upon the earth. He will establish justice and righteousness throughout the world and eradicate tyranny and oppression. He will be the caliph and imam of Muslims worldwide. He will lead a world revolution and establish a new world order. He will lead military action against all those who oppose him. He would invade many countries. He will make a 7-year peace treaty with the Jew of priestly lineage. He will conquer Israel for Islam and lead the faithful Muslims in the final slaughter battle against Jews. He will establish the new Islamic world headquarters from Jerusalem. He will rule for 7 years, possibly 8 or 9. He will call Islam to be the only religion practiced on earth. He will appear riding a white horse, possibly symbolic. He will discover some previously undiscovered biblical manuscripts that he will use to argue with Jews and cause some Jews to convert to Islam. He will also rediscover the Ark of the Covenant in the Sea of Galilee, which he will bring to Jerusalem. He will have supernatural power from Allah over the wind and rain and crops. He will possess and distribute enormous amounts of wealth. He will be loved by all people of the earth. Okay? Who does that sound like? Where did you find all this? I just researched it. I studied, I just researching. Islam, they have, you got the Quran, which is thus says Allah. And then you have the Sunnah or the Hadiths, which is thus says Muhammad. And those are the teachings of Muhammad. Okay, so that's the Mahdi. The Mahdi. Okay, that's what he is. And that sounds like our biblical Antichrist. But it's not an individual. That's the deception. Okay, it's a system, and it's the one who rules the system. And in fact, even if that's what you wanted to, if just go study, like, oh man, just go study the Ottoman Empire, go study Muhammad, go study the wars between Muhammad. Like, if you just study a little bit of research, take an hour, 2 hours of your time when you're sitting just chilling, forget TikTok for that moment, forget scrolling on social media, and just go research Islam, the Hadiths, and Muhammad, and then when you see, you'll know it'll all fit. Like, it's all there. Let me show y'all some of these things. And I think the next live we're gonna go ahead and focus on who they are. Okay, we're gonna focus on the other side. We're gonna focus on the teachings of Islam and how it connects to the biblical end times events. Is this why we have all this spiritual warfare because of Abraham's two sons? More than likely, yeah. It's a lineage. It's the lineage of Abraham and Ishmael, of Jacob and Esau. Literally. Same thing. Remember, the Bible tells us that Jacob and Esau, even in the womb, they fought inside the womb. And that's literally what's happening right now. This is why in Obadiah is one chapter, he places judgment against Esau, but he calls him Edom. Edom is in Arabia. So he's placing judgment against Edom, the Arabs in Arabia. This is biblical. And this is why I encourage Muslims to watch. This is why, because see, Muslims are all, they're conditioned to argue the Bible. They're conditioned to literally just go against Christ and argue these contradictions regarding Christ being God. That's it. Because when Muslims preach, when they're in the corners and they're outside or wherever they're teaching, they're never really necessarily teaching the Quran. In fact, when they teach, it's always in regards to trying to debunk Christianity. The way that they convert people, their dawah, is the way that all they do is talk about how the Bible's corrupt. So the way that they convince you to come into Islam is to try to then manipulate you and showing you that Christianity is false. It's not, it's deceived. It's been, so Isaac and Ishmael. So I always try to encourage them, like, listen, bro, forget that part. Read all the other parts. Why is the God in the Bible, in the Old Testament, in the Torah, right? And why is he fighting nations that are Islamic? Why? And it's like, I just want to show y'all that. Like, look at that. Let's reason together. It's not about a debate. It's not about an argument. It's not about me against you, you against me. None of that. I want to show you, why is this happening? Okay, and then we're witnessing, literally seeing this happening today. And then hopefully I can show you and open you up to something different than what it is you've been indoctrinated with. It does talk about the Ishmaelites, because Ishmael migrated into Arabia. So the Arabs are this is why because Muslims argue and say that the promise didn't go to Isaac, it actually went to Ishmael. So when you go in that direction, you come up with Islam. Remember, the Bible, God told Isaac that Ishmael will grow to be a great nation. He will grow to be a great nation. It is a lot. It's a lot. It is a lot to take in. You're right about that. Okay, so let me read over some of these things for y'all real quick. So let me see, where can I start? There's so much to unpack here. It's crazy. I mean, oh man, the Dajjal is like their version of their Antichrist. He's Satan, but he has the similar. Look at who the Dajjal is. All right, so look at the Dajjal. The Dajjal. So the Dajjal is their version of like their Antichrist, right? He's considered the false Messiah. He is called the false Messiah in Islam. Okay, is an evil figure. He is to appear pretending to be the Messiah at the time in the future. Okay, now listen to his characteristics. So in Islam, they also have an Antichrist figure who they call as the false Messiah. Okay, so how we have the false prophet, they have a false Messiah called not Ad-Dajjal. Yeah, Ad-Dajjal. Al-Masih Ad-Dajjal. Okay, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Forgive me. So he is considered the great deceiver. The Dajjal is described as being a deceiver who will have miraculous powers and who will temporarily hold power over the whole earth. The prophet was warning us that in the last days there shall be someone who will deceive all humanity. The Dajjal will possess power over the world. Thus, Muslims must be careful not to have love of the world in their hearts. It goes on. He's one-eyed, right? He's an infidel. He's a false miracle worker. The Dajjal will have powers of the devil. He would terrorize the Muslims into following him, converting them. Let me see. Right? It's a lot. It's a lot written here. The Dajjal will claim to be Jesus Christ and will claim to be divine. Right? The above tradition shows that the Dajjal's deceptive signs will be for the purpose of leading people into believing that the Dajjal is actually their Lord. Muslim scholars universally have concluded that the Dajjal will claim to be divine. According to a very well-known Muslim scholar, Abu Amina Bilal Phillips, the Dajjal will claim to be God. The Dajjal has a magical mule. Okay, so he rides a mule, he rides a donkey. Right, so it's all these different things. He will be Jewish and will be followed by Jews and women, etc., etc. Okay, so the characteristics of the Dajjal are similar to our biblical Jesus Christ. Okay, so this is why when all the verses that I showed you guys in which the Lord fights these nations, right? God, Christ is fighting against these Islamic nations, and you would think that once the people see him, they would then get on their knees and praise the Lord, because once you see Christ coming in his glory, when you see him riding in a swift cloud, that should put a fear in your heart, and you know now that God is on earth. And he comes back as a warrior, and all knee shall bow, every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Lord is Christ, right? So you would assume that all people, even non-believers, atheists, whatever, would, oh my gosh, we was wrong. He is real. Jesus is Lord when they see him. But no, who is this people he's still fighting? Why is he fighting a people? Why are he fighting them, and why are they fighting him? Right? Because, no, they have made sure they won't. Because in Islam, they have been indoctrinated and believing that when they see Christ, he's actually the Dajjal. Ad-Dajjal. Okay? So in Islam, in that part of the world, when they see Christ, they're not going to believe that that's Lord. They're going to think that that's the false Messiah in their teachings. Hence why they go fight him. Hence why in the Bible, God is fighting against these nations. Christ is fighting these people. Physically combat, fighting these people. We see it in Isaiah 63. We see it in Zechariah 14. We see it in Revelation 19. We see it time and time again. Christ, the Lord, fighting these nations. Fighting these nations. He's fighting the peoples. He's covered in their blood. Because those people in those regions are not going to believe that he is the true Messiah. They're going to believe that he is the Dajjal, the false Messiah, because their teachings tell them that even the Dajjal comes and claims to be Jesus. Okay? In Islam, they are taught when they see the false Messiah, he will claim to be Jesus Christ coming in his glory. So this is why when you're reading the Bible and you're seeing God fighting these people, you're wondering why aren't they submitting to him? It's because they think he's the Dajjal. It's in reverse. It's a counterfeit. We will see it on CBS. Yes, you will. Yeah, we will. It'll be live. It's gonna go viral. It will definitely be viral. But this is why I believe that Christ waited until this time. Because remember, so it's a couple things. Either the world is flat, okay, because it says that all peoples will see him. Everyone's gonna see Christ at the same time. So the world is either flat or he's going viral. Right? Has to be. I do believe in a flat earth, but that's a whole other topic. We're not even going to go there. So I do believe that he's going to be viral. I do believe that there are going to be people, he's going to be going viral. It's going to be live. It's definitely going to be live. Because if he did come, if he came in the middle of tomorrow, in the evening tomorrow, I'm pretty sure someone is going to record it. Someone is going to he comes during modern times of the technology, I believe, because for that very reason, so that everyone can see him. Will all the technology we have now, it will absolutely be Ghostbusters? I don't know. It could. It's possible, right? Where it all just, but it could be, because the Bible does talk about the sun will not give its light, the moon will turn to blood, and the stars will fall from heaven. So now we're looking at an eclipse and a blood moon. Okay, so he comes during an eclipse and a blood moon, and the stars falling from heaven. These are the angels. These are the host of heaven coming down from heaven. Because stars in the Bible are not literal stars. These are angelic beings. It's an allegorical term. Remember, I think it's in Psalms, where he talks about the foundation of the world and the stars were singing. So even the angels were there when God was creating the world. And the angels were singing when Christ was creating the world. So the stars of heaven. And then you got to remember that there's a war, the heavenly war, right? The war between Michael and the dragon against Michael. And he fought his angels, and they were cast out of heaven. And then what does Jesus say? And I saw Satan falling from heaven, right? And if you read these other texts, you notice that when Satan, he comes back and forth from heaven to earth, right? We read this in Job, right? Job talks about this, the book of Job, when God and Satan is having a conversation, and he says, "Have you considered my servant Job? Where have you been?" He says, "To and fro, right, from heaven to earth." And then you also in Zechariah, the book of Zechariah, Satan is in heaven, condemning and accusing Joshua, the prophet Joshua. Right? He talks about he's accusing. So in heaven, it's like a court setting. Where God dwells is like a court setting. And then they have the 24 elders. So it's almost like they're in court. And the prophets are being accused by Satan. Satan is the prosecutor. And it talks about this in Zechariah, in the book of, I think it's Zechariah 5. One of the chapters in Zechariah. He's accusing Joshua. So I would picture it like, you have, and then it says the Lord. So you have Christ with Joshua standing there like his lawyer. He's like his lawyer. And then you have Satan accusing him and condemning him to God. This is why he's called the accuser. And it's almost like a court setting in heaven. It's crazy. And in this time of the end, he's cast out. This is why Jesus says, I saw him fall like lightning from heaven. So as of now, I don't think he's been cast out. But he's cast out during that war. He will no longer be able to come back. That's a subscription that say, sit in the circle, he looking down under the earth. Yes, he talks with God going to and fro. Yep, exactly that. I missed a lot tonight. Is there a 7-year tribulation? All right, so Missy, yeah, you did miss. You missed a whole lot. I only wanted to really do like a 2-hour, but I could talk. I can't. It's hard to stop talking about this stuff. King Bakari. I'm gonna assume you're another Muslim. I'm not debating. I'm about to bring one of y'all on here just so everyone can see what y'all are. What do y'all want to talk about? Like what are, like, if you genuinely want to understand what it is I'm talking about, then cool. But the moment y'all get on here and y'all, can you show me where Jesus Christ is God? Can you show me where it says Jesus Christ is God? I'm not about to do that with y'all. They just gonna curse. Yeah, I know. No. Time to entertain now. All right. I don't want to do it. I see it time and time again on other people's. Like, nah. Brother, can you tell me where Jesus says, I am God? I don't want to do that. So, all right. So for is it Missy? No, there's no 7-year tribulation. This is the popular view, right? This is where what everyone else believes. They're waiting for the Antichrist to come during the 7-year tribulation. He sets up his kingdom, etc., etc. He in the middle of the 7 years, he puts an end to sacrifice and offering. There's a third temple. All this comes from Daniel 9, verse 27. That one verse, Daniel 9, verse 27, is where we get all this from. But earlier, I went through every single biblical verse. I went through all the verses one by one and showed everyone what the Bible says regarding the 70 weeks of Daniel. And there's no mention of an Antichrist. There's no mention of a 7-year peace treaty. Okay, there's no mention of Israel at all regarding a 7-year peace treaty. There's no mention of a third temple. So all of that is false doctrine. It's implied in the text because they made the mistake in assuming that he will enter in the covenant with many for 1 week. They assume that the he is the Antichrist, but it's not in the text. It's not even implied. But that's what they did. And they did that because they see this 3.5 years, and then they see 3.5 years mentioned everywhere else in the Bible and assume that that's the final 3.5 years. Then they take 2 Thessalonians and they take all the verses regarding abominations of desolations, and then they throw it into this text. And I also went over all of the verses that talk about times half a time, 3.5 years, 42 months, 1,290 days. I also went over all of the verses that talk about the abominations of desolations and I erased it. In the original text, the abominations of desolations mentioned in Daniel 9, verse 27, literally in the Hebrew says the past sacrificial offerings. So it is talking about the sacrificial laws, okay, that are done away with. But the other verses of abominations of desolations, taking away of the daily sacrifice, do not say what Daniel 9, verse 27 says in the original text. It doesn't say it. They're different words. In the English, you'll see the daily sacrifice taken away in the English. But in the original Hebrew, in the original text, it doesn't mention that. It's a different word. So there's two different words. Daniel 9, 27 is saying a different word than Daniel 7, Daniel 11, and Daniel 12. Different words. And the words in the other text, daily sacrifice taken away, literally is saying the daily beheadings. It's talking about beheadings and abominations of desolations. I showed how every single verse of abominations of desolation, literally in context, is regarding armies inside of Jerusalem. So it's not a physical being setting his temple or setting himself up in the temple of God. Abomination of desolations is talking about armies in Jerusalem. So the other abomination desolation verses literally tell us, and when you see armies in Jerusalem and the daily beheadings, just know that you have 3.5 years left. Okay? There's 3.5 years. That's the times a half a time, the 42 months, the 1,290 days. Even in Revelation 11 regarding the two witnesses, it says that the beast is the one who unalives the two witnesses. If you remember, I showed you the beast with 7 heads are the ancient kingdoms, but not per se, not the literal kingdoms, but rather the geographical locations in which those kingdoms once ruled. So it's pointing to the regions of Islam, because in those kingdoms, all of the lands that they once ruled today are all Muslim nations. So if the beast is the system of Islam, then why do we see the beast in Revelation 11? That's crazy, because you didn't know that the beast is also in Revelation 11 regarding the two witnesses. We all think the beast is just Revelation 13. No, the beast is in Revelation 13. He's mentioned in Revelation 17, and he's also mentioned in Revelation 11. He's the one who unalives the two witnesses. So if the beast is the system of Islam, and it's exactly those nations that are in Jerusalem fighting against the Jews, right? Because the Bible names the nations. Remember, it's 10 horns, 10 nations that come together. Kush puts, that's some Sudan, Somalia, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, Iran, Turkey, right? Easily can muster the 10. They all come against Jerusalem in the ends of days, in the ends of time. The beast is the one who unalives the two witnesses. That means that it's Islam, it's those nations that are unaliving their two witnesses, because they're in Jerusalem. And the two witnesses are referred to as the olive trees and the lampstands. Those biblically are the Jews and the Christians. Okay, so the two witnesses are in fact Jews and Christians in Jerusalem being persecuted for 3.5 years. A time's time and half a time. 42 months. This is why it says that they prophesied for 42 months. At the end, the beast unalives them and leaves their bodies in the streets for 3.5 days. And then they hear a voice from heaven that says, come up here. Because at that point, that's the rapture event at that point. And how do we know it's the rapture event? Remember, the two witnesses, their bodies are in the streets. And then the Bible tells us that then I heard a voice from heaven saying, come up here. And then they stood on their feet. They stood on their feet and everyone was afraid. And then they were taken into heaven. That's the rapture. Why? Because Zechariah 14, remember, Zechariah 14 talks about armies in Jerusalem coming and fighting against Jerusalem. And then the Lord will come and fight against those armies, and his feet will be on the Mount of Olives. If the Lord's feet is on the Mount of Olives, that means Jesus is physically present. Jesus is here to fight against those armies physically. We know when Jesus comes back, he raptures the church. And you go down a couple more verses and it tells you, and the Lord will come and the saints with him. The saints are with Christ when Christ comes to the Mount of Olives. That's the rapture event. So in Zechariah 14, we see Christ on earth fighting against the nations of who come against Jerusalem. We know that when Christ comes, we are raptured with him. We're caught up in the clouds. Zechariah 14 also talks about the saints coming with him to fight against those nations. And then in Revelation 11, we see that there's a rapture event because their bodies were on the streets for 3.5 days, and then they are caught up. So that caught up, that's in Jerusalem. Revelation 11, regarding the two witnesses, is talking about where our Lord was crucified. So it's in Jerusalem, okay? It's in Israel, it's in Jerusalem, this battle. The beast is there. He's fighting against two witnesses, which are all, to me, that sounds funny, like the flying up to the sky. Yeah. And we're caught up. We get caught up. And this is why it says that when they stand on their feet, everyone is afraid when they see this. And it's not two individuals. It's not just two individuals. Because if it was literally two individuals, how is everyone afraid? Why? Because it's tons of people, tons of bodies all over the place. Because when Islam does invade Jerusalem, I thought we was going to go to Jerusalem here. Can you specify that a little bit more, Marissa? I thought we was going to go to Jerusalem here. So assuming what you're saying, so Christ returns. I thought we was going to be here in Jerusalem with God. Yes. So when Christ returns, we get caught up with him in the clouds, and then we come with him. We ride down back with him into Jerusalem, and we fight all of those nations. Remember Isaiah 19, the Lord rides a swift cloud and is going into Egypt. Joel chapter 2. Look at Joel chapter 2. It talks about, that's us. In Joel chapter 2, that's us in our glorified bodies. Okay, it talks about a people. It talks about a people in Zion. It says, blow a trumpet for Zion. Zion is Israel. Zion is always Israel. Okay, and it's talking about this people in Israel. They're getting hit with weapons and stuff, but they would not be cut down. They're strong. They're running super fast, but they don't bump each other. They're just like swift with it, right? And they're fighting against those nations. And then it says the Lord roars ahead of his army. So there's Christ in Joel chapter 2. There's Jesus in front of the army in Israel fighting against those nations. Because Zechariah 4, that's Joel chapter 2. Zechariah 14 tells us in Jerusalem, the Lord, the Mount of Olives, he's fighting against his nations. Revelation 19, the rider on the horse, covered in blood, coming with the armies of heaven, fighting against these nations. Right? We see him in Isaiah 63, fighting against Basra. Right? He's fighting all the nations that come against Israel. And it talks about this rapture, this caught up with Christ. But it always mentions, when it mentions Christ fighting with those nations, it also mentions us, the saints. Because Zechariah 14 says, and the Lord will come and the saints with him. The saints are there with him. So they're there, we're there with him fighting against those nations. The ones who will be saved. This is why when it's 200 million, that's a big number. 200 million. Isn't that close to the population of the US? I could be wrong. Oh, that's a quick Google search. Could somebody Google that real quick? What is the US population? Is that at the point there will be a new heaven and a new earth? That comes afterwards. Yeah. So there's 340 million. So kind of close. All right. It's a little up there. So almost like they have whole population of the United States gathered together to fight. Can you imagine that? To fight against Israel. It says the kings of the east. Remember, it says that the Euphrates River is dried up. That's one of the last prophecies. The Euphrates River being dried up. So that the kings of the east, who is east of Israel? What are all the nations east of Israel? So that they can go into Jerusalem. And if you guys look up the Euphrates River. Look at it today compared to what it was like in 2020. It's dry. The Euphrates River is dry. Is he coming soon? Everyone is saying that he's coming back soon. The Euphrates River is dry. Is he coming soon? Everyone is saying that he's coming back soon. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. It's not about dates. You know, no one knows the day or the hour, etc., etc. Based off biblical prophecy and what God is pointing to, because He tells us to be aware of this. He tells us to watch for these things. And if you study these things very closely and you're watching these events, based on the events, based on what I'm seeing, I believe that we are the generation that will witness these things. I joke with my kids all the time. I tell my kids, like, hey, y'all, I don't think I'm going to be a granddad. And they'd be like, come on, man, daddy, stop it. I'm like, I'm serious. I don't think that I am going to have grandchildren. My oldest is 17. All right, so she's 17. And I keep my kids close. So, like, she's not one that my kids, they don't be outside. Right. So, you know, if my daughter ever was to have children, you know, she would, you know, she would be a grown adult before something like that would happen. You know, the way. So I don't think I'm going to be a grandfather. Like, I don't think that I'm going to ever have grandkids. I don't think we're going to be here that long. You know, I don't think so. I honestly, the way what's happening with Israel is happening so fast. What is happening right now is happening so fast. And it's the issue of the Palestinians. Like, what's happening with Israel and Gaza, that's literally the issue and why Christ returns. That's the issue. That's the issue in which these nations join forces, because see, the Islamic world already condemns and has a very big dislike for Israel already. And then what's happening between Israel and Gaza, that's causing even more hatred. And it's going to get to a point in which the Islamic world is going to get fed up and become one nation, one last time. Turkey is the one who leads them. The Bible tells us that Turkey is the one who's going to lead this coalition. It's going to be 10 nations. This is why the beast of Revelation is a beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. The heads are mountains, they're kingdoms, but it's the geographical locations. So the nations within those kingdoms. And out of those regions, Out of those regions will come 10 nations that will join forces. It's not going to be all of the nations, 10 of them. 10. This is why it talks about the feet with iron and clay. There's 10 toes. And then you have the beast with Revelation with 10 horns. Okay, it's 10 nations that come together at the end and join forces. And the one that leads them is Turkey. And then the Bible names the nations. It names all of the nations. It literally tells you which ones they are, the 10 that will go. When I first saw you, I thought you was Muslim because of your features, black hair, black eyes. That's funny. Nah, I'm from here. I'm from Philly, but my family, they're all Puerto Rican. Both my mom and father side. Can you go over that one more time? The tribulation. Many missed it. Man, it's a lot. It's a lot. Were you ex-Muslim? No, I was never a Muslim. There was a one time when I was young, I got arrested, and same thing, same script. And I started to consider it at one point because they was like, yeah, how can Jesus be God if he's the son of God? Like, and what they were saying to me was very, very interesting. And I almost believed it, but I never, it was just a conversation. Hold on, my phone's about to die. Give me a second, guys. All right, so now we gonna get the a little bit of air audio because I gotta charge this. You know what's funny? I bought this adapter, right? I had bought this adapter. Let me see what I have here. So I bought this little adapter that plugs into the phone and then would allow me to plug in my speaker and charger at the same time. But because the adapter goes under the phone like this I cannot plug in because it's too long, and you know it hits the phone, so it's like it stops here, so I can't plug this in sideways. So it's like I bought this for nothing. It just came today. I was excited it came. I was like, all right, babe, I can now keep the charger and the mic at the same time, and it's for nothing. It's literally for nothing. It's a useless. I cannot use it. It's useless. Send it back. Yeah, maybe. It's literally pointless. I would just have to find a I don't know. It's pointless. This is useless. I can't use it. I'm so upset about that, man. It was so Feast of Trumpets. I don't know what you're asking me. Do you know how to record the screen? That's what I did. You guys know how to record the screen. It's good to listen, but you gotta have discernment. Yeah, no, and it was like it wasn't even a real like a thing. It's just like I thought of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I started questioning. I had questions, but it wasn't something that ever. What do you think about 3 days of darkness? Can you elaborate on that? 3 days of darkness. I don't know why that's not clicking. I wish I could revisit this live. You know what I'll do? So go to, all right, so I'm on Facebook too. So Truth Beyond Theory is all where my platform. So YouTube, I haven't posted anything on YouTube yet, so I got to start uploading all my videos there as well. But on YouTube, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna download these lives and I'm gonna upload them to, on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, I will upload these lives, the full lives. So this way you can go back and, you know, kind of watch them and stuff. I figure that's the best way that people can at least kind of catch up. Now they're gonna be long, you know, but if you're just kind of hanging out, if you're at work and you just got your headphones on, I mean, you know, maybe something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and Let me see. Does anybody have any other questions? I'll take like 3 more questions. You said yes. Truth beyond theory. Yep. And it'll have the same. If you look at my the picture, it'll have the same picture, the same cover. You'll see it on YouTube and you'll see it on Facebook. So I would say still subscribe to YouTube as well, because I will be posting those on there as well. But on Facebook, I already have all the videos. The only videos that are not on Facebook yet are the lives. I'll be uploading those. I'll do it tomorrow. What about the 144,000? So it tells you that literally the 144,000 are 12 tribes of Israel. 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. And they're male. They're male virgins. It tells you these are male virgins from the 12 tribes of Israel. 12,000 each. Those are the ones that are redeemed. I don't know. It's a lot to unpack. Like some of these other things I haven't really deep dived into. But I mean, it does break it down for you. It literally tells you who they are, because it's mentioned in 2 places in Revelation. I keep hearing different theories and all backed by verses. It's confusing to know who is right. Diane, can you say regarding which specifically which theory you're talking about? See, you said theories, hence why I always put truth beyond theory. Are they 20 years and over? I don't know. Are you talking about the 144,000? If they're 20 years old, I have no idea. I have to. Thanks for a different view. I think family will think I'm crazy. Nah, they you know what? It'll make sense. It'll make sense. And you know what? I've actually had to debate. It wasn't necessarily a debate, but version didn't know it said that. Yeah, so these are male, because it says that they have not defiled themselves with women, and it says that they're so. And if they haven't defiled themselves with women, then the implication is that these are male virgins. It's in the text. It's literally in. It's not even like something you got to try to puzzle. It's literally in the text. It's post-trib, pre-wrath. So, prior to when I studied this for myself and realized that this is not really in the text, I always believe that the rapture is after the 7 years, because the Bible tells us, it literally tells you, immediately after the tribulation of those days, then it names the cosmic effects, and then it talks about the rapture of the church, that the angels go out to blow a great trumpet, and then they rapture them after the tribulation. And it literally mentions the word, those are word for words, right? So I always believe that it's after. But tribulation is not wrath. See, the first is tribulation, then we're raptured, and then the wrath of God. Because once Christ comes, he goes and he fights these nations, and all of that wrath comes upon those nations. So he takes us prior to the wrath. Okay? Did God call you to understand more? I believe that, because I ask God all the time, do not let this be from me. Do not let this come from my flesh. Use me. Pause me. Use my mouth. Use my tongue. Use my everything. Use me. Speak through me. Let me just be the vessel in which you reveal these things. And I did ask for, knowledge and wisdom regarding some of these things. And, I see it when I read the Bible. I completely see it in a different way that everyone else sees it. It's like he's giving me the ability to understand what I'm reading. It's I don't know. It's like, because some people, they read the Bible and they kind of skip past a lot of like names that are mentioned in the Bible, right? They skip past like locations. I don't. I literally stop. I have this. I literally stop. This is what I do. Look. So look. This is how I've studied. So in here in this book, I literally write down each one. So these are every chapters of the Bible that I've read, right? So every single chapter, and then I wrote down the lineage. So when I see the lineage, I write it down. right? And then, I'll go to like this. This will say Genesis 34. So if I'm reading Genesis 34, I always write down what key verses are. Key verse. So like Genesis 34, key verse, and I'll put Shechem, son of Hamor, prince of this. And then verse 7. Verse 7 was is obviously significant. Foolishness in Israel. Verse 25 and 26. Simeon and Levi killed Hamor. Right? So I put key verses. And that's all I do. I do that. And then I can easily just go back, and I made a little note for myself on what these little, key verses are within each chapter. So then I can just go back and cross-reference what it is that I'm reading. And this is how I wrote the whole Bible. Like, this is how I read the Bible. I write down all these different things. So that's the way that I study it. When I'm reading, as I'm reading, I literally keep my notebook with me when I'm reading. And then I write down key verses, because I want to understand what it's saying. So I don't just read it to read it. I study it. And that's what I encourage everyone to do. I encourage you, when you read it, don't just read it and skip past names. Pause. Pause for a moment. Oh, what's this location? What is this place? What does this mean? Because you'll notice, if you ever read, when you read the Bible, it says, and it's there till this day. It's still there till this day. That's a crazy thing, because the writer of the time, that writer at that time is telling you that that structure is still there till this day. So you're reading the text today, something that was written thousands of years ago, it's still there to this day. And then when you go and Google it, that structure is literally still there. So they knew even then at that time that in 2,000 years, it would still be there when you read it. It's crazy. Like, for example, Rachel's tomb, right? It's still there. Or is it Sarah? I think it's one of them. The tomb is still there. And the Bible tells you it's there till this day. Right? Hold on, let me try to catch up on y'all. I do the same thing 4 hours later. Be sure to check out his Facebook page. Yeah, Truth Beyond Theory. So the next time Jesus comes in the clouds, the rapture. So when Jesus comes, according to the Bible, the way that it unravels is, so when Israel goes to war with these Islamic nations, and it's Turkey the one that declares the war. Turkey declares the war. So it's going to be Turkey that leads 10 nations. Turkey's one of the 10. Okay? Turkey leads them. Now, when we see that happen, that's going to be a 3.5-year war. That goes on for 3.5 years. At the end of that 3.5 years, that's when Christ comes back. At the end. The churches are not teaching this. They're not. See, you got it right, Missy King. The churches are not teaching this. So that should tell you we are in the falling away. We are in the midst of the falling away. Because if we all believe that we are in the ends of time, right? If we all believe that we are closer to the end, then that must mean that we are in the midst of the falling away. Because the falling away happens first, prior to Christ. And the falling away is that very thing. The churches are not they don't teach about hell. They don't teach about sin. They don't teach about revelation. They don't teach about... me personally believe that this topic is the most important topic that the church should be talking about. Of course, Christ, bringing people to Christ, but this is how you do that. This is literally how you do that. It's all about Christ. But when you show people prophecy, it confirms the authenticity of the Bible. It confirms it. And I honestly believe that this is the most important thing that they should be teaching, because then it gets you more even prepared. Because if you can show people that this is not real and that this is false doctrine, what happens is then, because see, people waiting for this. People's waiting for a 7-year peace deal. People's waiting for the beginning of the structure of the construction of the third temple. right? Because you're waiting for this, you're not prepared. Because people are waiting for this, they're not prepared because they're not seeing these events take place yet. But once you understand who the Bible is really talking about and where these things are all really being mentioned and this what is actually pointing to, then you start to understand your timeline. Then you start to understand the coming of Christ. I don't think we're going to see these things. God has tests. No, we're not. Every single member, the Bible teaches endurance. It teaches endurance. Patience and endurance of the saints. Why does he mention this over and over and over again? Patience and endurance of the saints. Because we will be here during the tribulation. I don't believe it's this. I do believe that it's a 3.5 year period that is going to happen in Israel, not the world. It will affect the world. The world will be affected by it. But it's not something that is going to be forced upon the whole world. The Antichrist does not rule the world. There's plenty of verses that talk about how I will bring strangers against you. Okay? Literally, in Ezekiel, he says that I will bring the most terrible of nations to fight against you. Meaning he's not the most powerful. So the Bible, God is saying that I'm going to bring the most ruthless nations, the most terrible of nations, the strongest nations, to come fight against you. So he cannot be the strongest. He does not rule the world. And then Daniel 11 tells us that he has a God of fortresses. He has a God of war. And then he himself goes out to fight against the strongest nations. Daniel 11 is talking about the Antichrist having a foreign God. So he has a God. Who's this foreign God? Okay? And then he goes out and fights against the strongest nations. That's exactly what Islam does. They declare on America. They declare on Great Britain. They declare war on Israel. Okay? That's what we see time and time again happening over in the Middle East. So, similar to what you've witnessed with Russia and Ukraine, how they invaded and started to fight against them, it's going to be a similar event, but way worse. So we're going to see a coalition of these. So I don't know. Something major, something very significant is going to happen regarding Israel, in Israel and Gaza. Okay, so something is going to happen with Israel, and keep watching that. What is happening between Israel and Gaza? That's going to be that's the event that then creates this domino effect. Okay, that's what's going to happen. And how we know? This is exactly how we know. Joel chapter 3. Joel tells us. Look what he says in Joel chapter 3. For behold, in those days and at that time, when I bring back the captives of Judah and Jerusalem, I would also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat. That's in Israel. And I will enter into judgment with them there on account of my people, my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and have divided up my land. Okay? They have cast lots for my people, have given a boy as payment for a harlot. There's the harlot. And sold a girl for, there's the wine that they made drunk. Remember, the harlot is Arabia. The wine is the oil. Okay? There's the wine and there's a harlot mentioned again. But you never even knew that in Joel chapter 3. All right? But he tells us he's entering into judgment with all of the nations on account of Israel, his people, his heritage, and because they divided up his land. How is the land divided? Can anyone tell me? How is the land of Israel divided today? Can someone tell me? I know y'all got this. Come on. I got some good Gaza. There you go. Because of the Palestinian issue. You got Palestine, you got Israel. Palestine and Israel. Okay? Remember, they're always trying to make this two-state solution between the world. A lot of, they always coming against Israel and trying to make Gaza into a state. They're trying to give the Palestinians a state within in Israel. Can you imagine? Do you guys know the significance of what would happen if that were to happen? If the Palestine became a state within Israel, they're now a state. My gosh, I don't think you guys are. I don't. Do you understand? So, this is the vision. The God is judging the nations for the division of the land because of this issue between Gaza and Israel, the Palestinians and Israel. That issue, God is judging the world. He's literally judging the world. The only way that Israel is divided right now is between the Jews and the Muslims. And when he says he will have all nations enter into the valley of Jehoshaphat, I don't know if that's necessarily saying all billions of people in Jerusalem. I think he's talking about the leaders, the world leaders. This is more like a UN event. This is remember, when even heaven right now is almost set up where God is at right now. It's set up like a courtroom, because the Bible tells us that Satan is there accusing the prophets. We see this, okay? We see this, and then he comes to judge the nations for this issue. So this tells me that it's almost like a United Nations type of event in which the Lord brings all the world leaders. Okay, we're talking about prime ministers and presidents, kings. Okay, we're talking about all of the leaders, vice presidents, generals, brings them all here and judges them for what they've done to Israel, how they turned a blind eye to Israel, how they did not support Israel, and the division of the land. He judges them right there inside of Israel. So what we're witnessing today regarding Israel and Palestine, Israel and Gaza, that event is the domino effect, effect in which all of these things will take place. And I don't see that slowing down. You know, what happened on October 7th, that incident, that's it. I think that started it. What does Revelation 20 verse 5 mean? What about the Zionists? You got to remember, right? I'm not saying that they're innocent, right? No one's innocent. None of us, there's no sin greater than the other. So none of us are innocent. The difference is that the Jews don't have Christ. That's it. But when Christ returns, they are redeemed. They are redeemed. So the Jews that are there today are still his people. Why? Because Zechariah 14. That's my go-to. Zechariah 14 is my go-to. Because in Zechariah 14, remember, I will gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. Okay, so there's the nations in Jerusalem fighting Jerusalem. Okay, I'm been showing the pattern throughout the entire Bible. Armies in Jerusalem fighting against the people. So who's in Jerusalem today? Okay, those are the Jews. All right, that's Israel. And then he gathers the nations to fight against them. And then he goes out to fight against those nations. His feet is on the Mount of Olives. So here now is Christ on earth, physically present, visibly seen on earth, fighting against those nations. Zechariah 14. So when people argue and the people talk like, oh, I don't believe the Jews that are there today are God's people, then why is God in Zechariah 14 fighting against these nations, defending the people who you claim are not his people? You see? Battle of Armageddon. That's the day of the Lord. That's everything that we're talking about. That's what happened when America was attacked by all nations and have been enslaved since. More money. So you're saying that what I just mentioned is regarding America? Are you one of those, bro, that is Israel's all the blacks in America and it's about America and the slaves and all that? Is that where you're going with this? That's what happened when America was attacked by all the nations and have been enslaved since. Yes, sir. No, bro, it's not talking about that. Bro, get out of that, man. Study for yourself. By yourself. Study for yourself, by yourself. Okay? Forget about all that, the Hebrew Israelites and the black Hebrew, all that stuff. Bro, it's not about us. It's not talking about us. I'm Puerto Rican. I am not of the tribe of Ephraim, bro. It's not about us. Okay? It's not talking about us. The Bible is naming nations. It names nations. It names nations. When have we ever seen the Jewish people are going to usher in? When have we ever seen Turkey, Sudan, Somalia, Iran, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, right? Arabia, North Africa, East Africa, Morocco, Mauritania, Tunisia. When have we ever seen any of those nations come together and fight America? Like, come here, invade us. Because the Bible talks about that those nations go in and invade. It's not about us. It's never been about us. See, the Bible names nations. And it talks about Israel fighting against those nations. And it doesn't necessarily always name Israel. It doesn't even say Israel. Because you know why? God is smart. Because he knew that there would be this growing group of people that will come and say Israel is us. It's not a place. Because you would claim that. I'm going to assume, if you're still here, that you would say Israel's not a place. It's a people. Right? So that's what the Black Hebrew Israelites say. They say that Israel's not a place. It's a people. But the Bible teaches us something different. And this is why God doesn't say Israel will go to war with these people. He always says Jerusalem. Because Jerusalem is a place. So see, you say that Israel's a people, but Jerusalem is a place. So I'll give you that. Okay, Israel's a people. Fine, take that. But Jerusalem is a place. And God always says that I will gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. He doesn't say Israel because he knew that you guys will come in the end times and use Israel as only being a people and not a place. So he used Jerusalem instead. Because Jerusalem is a place. I believe Jerusalem is in America. Ah, yeah, brother. I don't know where you go. That's wild. That's wild. The Bible is a Middle Eastern book. It's a Middle Eastern book. It's all about the Middle East. All of it. Every nation mentioned by name is there. I believe Jerusalem is Mystery Babylon is America. No, it's not. Go. I have a video. I literally have a 3-part series. Part 1, Mystery Babylon, is about the Vatican, how it's not them. Part 2 is about America, how it's not them. Mystery Babylon, according to the Bible, is Saudi Arabia. Okay? It's the city which is full of idolatry. She's full of harlotry. She rules over the kings of the earth. Jerusalem is Texas. I hope you're playing, bro. Yo. Oh man, that's America. That's wild. Okay, so all right, listen, guys. If the harlot is America, then who's the beast that she sits on? Because remember, the harlot rides a scarlet beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. So because she rides a beast with 7 heads and 10 horns, you must identify who the beast is in order to understand who the harlot is. Because if you can't identify who the beast is, then the harlot can't be America. So who is the beast? United Nations. Oh my gosh. So what's the 7 heads? And then I saw a beast with 7 heads. The 7 heads are 7 mountains. 5 have fallen. One has not yet come. What is that regarding the nations? United Nations. If the beast is the UN, what are the 5 that fell? What is the 1 that is? And what is the 1 that has not yet come? What is the 8th that is also of the 7th? And what are the 10 horns? I'm telling you, so many lies out there. People are just confused. I know, man. This is why I challenge them. This is why I make them think for themselves. I want you to answer these questions for yourself. You know what? That's right. Who's the beast? Not the UN, the BRICS. Okay, so now it's the BRICS. Antichrist will come out of the Middle East and reign in the 3rd temple. There is no 3rd temple, Lisa. There is no third. There's no scripture that talks about it. That's a copy and paste doctrine. There is none. You'll never find it. In fact, Lisa, I want you to do your homework. Between now and tomorrow, do your homework. Try to research as much as you can. Google, if you use a chat GPT, whatever you want to use, or even just physically read the Bible. Go and try to find scripture that mentions a 3rd temple. You'll never find it. It's implied. It's only implied because it says people have said that Daniel 9 verse 27 is the Antichrist, putting an end to sacrifice and offering, which means there must be a 3rd temple. It's implied. It's assumed because the Jews cannot sacrifice and offer unless a third temple is already set up. So that's the assumption. But there's no mention of a literal third temple nowhere in the Bible. We are the third temple. I don't know where y'all get this stuff from. Yes, I like that it's wild. I really don't know where y'all get this from. Rome, notice Pope's funeral. It's been built right now. It's not, the third temple's not being built. Y'all gotta stay off these, man. There would never be a third temple. There would, oh man, that's too much to get into. I think they messing with you. I know. I don't think so. They really believe it. Talk about the red heifers. I know I've seen that too. All of that's never going to be fulfilled. It's never going. This is why Israel's always judged. This is why the Jews that are there now are always going through judgment. Always. Because they denied Christ. They crucified him. And they're still trying to set up a third temple to usher in sacrifice and offering when Christ was the ultimate sacrifice. This is why God allows these nations to battle against him. And it's when they cry out to him in which he returns. Because then they will see the one whom they have pierced. And when they see him, then they would cry out to him. We see the same pattern throughout the entire Bible. It's the same pattern over and over and over again. Every time Israel turned their backs on God, the one who took them out of Egypt, okay, he always makes them remember that. He always emphasizes, I, your God, the one who took you out of Egypt. Okay, you have forgotten me. And what does he do? He lets them go. Because they always turn their backs on him. Because they always commit adultery with other gods. So he turns their backs, he turns his backs on, he turns his face from them, and then these kingdoms always are fighting against them, always persecuting them. The Egyptian Empire, the Assyrian Empire, the Babylonian Empire, the Median Persian Empire, the Grecian Empire, the Roman Empire, and then number 7, the Ottoman Empire. And then who is the 8th? The 8th is of the 7th. That is the revival of the Ottoman Empire, the modern day Islamic Empire. And who is persecuting Israel right now? Who are they fighting against? Who are the people that are in the land of Israel, in Jerusalem? Who are they fighting against? They're fighting against the Ottoman Empire, the revival of the Ottoman Empire. Okay, all of those empires at one point in time persecuted Israel because Israel always turned their backs on God, on Yahweh, on the true God, and because they rejected Christ, God will allow these nations to fight against them. That's why in Zechariah 14, I will gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. God is the one gathering the nations to fight against Israel because of her adultery. But he will return, and then they will be redeemed once they call for him. Because remember, it's always when they cry back out. Every time they cry out to him, he comes back. Every time. They're redeemed. We see it, the same pattern. It's the same pattern throughout the entire Bible. From the beginning until the end, it's the same pattern. What about the red heifer? I'm not too familiar with all. I mean, I've seen it. I watched some of the news, but it's supposed to be, when they. It's not really significant. It's not important regarding the Bible, regarding the end times. It's not mentioned in the text. Yeah, the red heifer. I know that it's like a sacrifice. They need it, huh? They need to read the book of Judges. It says over and over what you just said. Right. That's literally what it is. It's the same pattern. The same thing. They've rejected him over and over and over and over and over. From the beginning, they've rejected him. Always. And then now they've rejected Christ. Right? They rejected Christ. They crucified him. And they've been going through it since. Same pattern. And it's the kingdoms. Remember, the beast has 7 heads. You guys are saying it's America and all these other things. Everyone that was saying all these different things. Listen, Remember, the beast, it tells us, Revelation 17 interprets the beast for us. It's a beast with 7 heads. It tells us the 7 heads are 7 mountains. Mountains is an allegorical term for kingdom, for empire. Always. A mountain is an empire. A mountain is a kingdom, the mountain of God. Okay, it's not a literal mountain, it's the kingdom of God. Okay, so the kingdom, the beast with 7 heads, there are also 7 kings. Kings don't rule mountains, kings don't rule hills. They rule kingdoms. It says 5 have fallen. Scats. It cannot be the Vatican on 7 hills, because it tells us 5 have fallen. When did 5 hills fell? When was 5 hills won? And when was the 1 hill did not come yet? It doesn't make sense. 5 kingdoms have fallen. One is, John was writing it, meaning the one that is the Roman Empire, the 5 that fell. Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, Persia, Greece. Those are the 5 kingdoms that fell. One is, that's Roman Empire. John is writing this. The one has not yet come. That is the Ottoman Empire, number 7. God is telling us, watch out for number 7. Then he says there's even an 8th that is of the 7. That's the revival of the Ottoman Empire. That's the modern day Islamic Empire, which you're witnessing today. The revival. The 10 horns, each kingdom had a horn. Okay? Egypt had a horn. Assyria had a horn. Babylon had a horn. Greece had a horn. Persia had a horn. Or I'm sorry, Greece had 4 horns. Because remember, the ram and the goat, the horn was broken, 4 horns grew out of it. Okay? So it has 4 horns. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Rome had a horn. Ottoman had a horn. You have the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. Okay, the sequence. It all fits. The 8th. There's even an 8th of the 7. Well, the 8th. Remember, the Bible tells us in Daniel that out of the 4 horns, a little horn came. Who's the little horn? That's the 8th. So each one of those kingdoms have a horn. Each one. It all fits. The sequence fits. So it's not America. It's not the Vatican. It's none of those things. It's pointing to the geographical locations. Okay, it's not talking about the literal kingdoms, the ancient kingdoms. It's talking about the regions in which those kingdoms once ruled. Because today they are all Islamic nations. All the kingdoms of the past, okay, in the lands that they ruled at that time, today are all Islamic nations. In fact, they're all the nations that are mentioned literally by name throughout the entire Bible. So he's pointed to the regions. Because it's that region, it's those kingdoms that come back. They come back in the ends of time. And we're witnessing that. We're witnessing that right now through Islam. Because the Bible tells us that they can form a confederacy in the ends of time. 10 nations out of those regions will come together again at the end of time to fight and battle against Jerusalem. It tells us Turkey, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, Persia, Somalia, Sudan, Arabia, okay? Lebanon. It names the nations. And we're witnessing that. Push the Bible to the side and just look at the news. You're already seeing it. Okay? But if you just read the Bible, you'll literally watch the news and you can literally watch the Bible live. It's literally happening live right now. How do I get into God, bro? Is it too late? It's never too late, man. It's never too late to get into God. Send me a DM, like right now. And this way I can lock you in and I'll get with you. So you believe the modern day Jewish people are God's chosen people? No. Jews, the Jewish people in Israel today do not make up all of Israel. They don't. Remember, you know like I know, there's 12 tribes of Israel. They are just a tribe. The other tribes are scattered into the nations. That I would consider to be us, the modern day Christians, but those of us who believe in Christ as our Lord and Savior. We are of the other tribes. The Jews you see in Israel today are of there's 2 houses. The house of Judah, the house of Israel. The house of Israel was scattered into the nations. The house of Judah is who you see in Israel today. Now people will argue and say, no, that's the black Americans. But this is what I'm saying. If that is true, if the people that are in Israel today are not of Israel, if they're not part of them at all, then how do you define Zechariah 14? How do you explain Zechariah 14? Remember, guys, people will argue with you today and tell you that the Jewish people that are in Israel today are not the true Jews.
Okay, so then this is where you argue this. This is where you combat that. This is how you debunk that or refute it. You go to Zechariah 14. Okay, look what he says. Behold, the day of the Lord is coming, and your spoil will be taken, divided in your midst. For I will gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. The city shall be taken, the houses rifled, and the women ravaged. Half the city shall go into captivity, but the remnant of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then the Lord will go forth and fight against those nations as he fights in the day of battle, and his feet will stand on the Mounts of Olives. So here he is, physically present, visibly seen, present in Israel, in Jerusalem. His feet is on the ground. He's fighting against the nations that came against Israel, against Jerusalem. This is in the end times. Obviously, this event has never happened yet. So when people tell you those Jews that are in Israel today are not the real Jews, they're not his people, or they're not a part of Israel at all, well then why in Zechariah 14 is the Lord fighting against nations that are coming against that people? Why would he defend that people if they're not his people? Why? Am I to believe that all of the blacks and Hispanics are going to migrate into Israel and they're the ones that is being talking about? No. Not at all. They are from Poland. None of that matters. None of that matters. So what? They're from Poland. What does it matter? You guys are just saying things. The Bible. What does the Bible say? The Bible. What does the Word of God say? How do you refute? How do you refute Zechariah 14? We don't need migrate anywhere when we're already here. How do you refute Zechariah 14? So you're saying Zechariah 14 is about us here in America, and one day all nations will come against us here in America, and then God is going to come here to America and save us. His feet will be on the... Where's the Mounts of Olives? Where is in America the Mounts of Olives? You said yes. So you answered. So you said yes to my previous question. So where's the Mount of Olives? It's not about the bloodline. Where's the Mount of Olives? Utah. Yo, y'all is wild. Y'all is wild. This is the first time I heard that. Judah is in Israel. They are the ones who keep the oracles of God thousands of years. They don't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they do the. Okay, so brother, more. You're saying that you are the true Israelite, but yet you don't follow the law. You don't keep the law. You're telling me that you keep 600 and plus laws? Come on, man. You're not sacrificing animals. I don't see the blacks and the Hispanics in America trying to put up a temple. None of that makes sense. But everything the Bible's talking about regarding end times, the people who are in Israel today are literally fulfilling those prophecies. The Bible tells us the nations that Jerusalem fights against. It literally names the nations. It names them. The people in Israel today are fighting those nations. If it's regarding us, why aren't we the ones fighting those nations? It's not about us. Utah, dude. The Bible is the same as yesterday. Yes. So it's not about us. The people there in Israel today are fighting. Where's the Valley of Jehoshaphat? Are you going to say somewhere here too? The temple is being built in Israel to usher in the answer prayer. Are you saying the... I think you're playing with me by now. I don't know if you're serious. I really don't. Because remember, in Joel chapter 3, I would enter into valley. I would enter into judgment with them and bring them down into the Valley of Jehoshaphat. The Valley of Jehoshaphat is in Israel. There I would enter into judgment on account of my people. So he's in Israel. He's judging the nations for his people, his heritage, whom they have scattered among the nations. So that's all of Israel, including the people there. And also because they have divided up my land. His land is in the valley of Jehoshaphat. That is in Israel. They lied to us about America. Do you think the devil will tell where the real Holy Land is? The real Holy Land is not America. Then to say that, then what you're doing is then the whole Bible's a lie. The whole Bible's a lie. See, the thing is, y'all have to say what you're saying has to be argued in order to, you got to force that into the text. You have to force it because it's the only way that the theory fits. It's the only way your theory fits. And it could be, maybe, man, because the Bible says that they are stiff-necked people. And it's like, bro, y'all really believe what y'all saying, man. And it's crazy because all of the, I don't know. It's all right. It's too much. Add him to your life. Explain Isaiah 14, 1 through 7. I'll look it up and pray. Maybe I'll bring it up tomorrow or something. I'm not going to do that right now. But somebody did ask me earlier what was on the board or something. Today's topic, everyone, today's topic was the 70 weeks of Daniel. Yesterday I talked about the harlot, and then we went from the harlot to the beast, and I showed a lot. But today's topic is about the 70 weeks of Daniel because it's Daniel 9 verse 27. Right? It's the famous verse 27 is where this is the foundational verse in which we get the 7-year tribulation and the third temple. So everyone who believes in the 7-year tribulation, go right now and go look at Daniel 9 verse 27 and tell me where you see this. Matter of fact, go read from 24 verse 24 to 27. Read 24 to 27. Daniel 9, 24 to 27. And tell me where you see Antichrist. Tell me where you see 7-year tribulation. Tell me where you see a peace treaty. And tell me where you see third temple. It's easy to explain. That's why they are literally trying to do the blood sacrifice from Holy Man. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, bro. We it's only but a short matter of time. And we'll find out. But I just hope that you guys are really like, and this is everyone, because remember, they're believers in the ends of time that he will tell them. And in those days, they will come and say, Lord, Lord, have we not sacrificed in your name? Have we not cast out demons in your name? Cast out demons in your name. Have we not done wonders in your name? Have we not, you know the verse. And I would tell them, depart from me, for I've never known you. You workers of iniquity, etc., etc. He's talking to believers. He's talking to those who think they know God, but don't. So, the famous verse, this is where we get the 7-year tribulation from. But it's not in the text. Nowhere else would you ever find in the Bible 7-year tribulation. You will never find it. It's only this verse where this comes from. You'll never find it. I challenge you right now. Go find it for me. Find me where you see this at. Where do you see this anywhere else in the Bible? Where do you see a third temple in the Bible? It's not there. The Antichrist, according to this model, is introduced during the 7-year tribulation. Because verse 27, they say, and he will enter into a covenant with many for 1 week and put an end. And in the middle of the week, put an end to sacrifice and offering. They say that the he is the Antichrist. Okay? And they say he is putting a 7-year peace treaty with Israel. Israel's not even mentioned in the text. So you'll never see Israel signing any peace treaty. Nor is it any mentioning in anything, be it a satanic peace treaty. There's nothing there. And the third temple is only implied into the text. It's only assumed Because it says he, the Antichrist, puts an end to sacrifice and offering in the middle of the week. So they're assuming there has to be a third temple if he's putting an end to sacrifice and offering. It's an assumption. It's an assumption. It's not literal in the text. It's only assumed. This is a false doctrine. It's a false doctrine. There is no 7-year tribulation. There is no third temple. And the Antichrist does not come during this time. The Antichrist has already been here. The sanctuary is the temple in Daniel 9:27. The sanctuary of Daniel 9:27 is regarding the temple of that time, the one that was destroyed in 70 AD. Read the whole text. Read the whole 70 weeks of Daniel. It talks about the coming of the Messiah. It talks about his crucifixion and then the destruction of the temple. Okay? The 70 weeks of Daniel are determined for your people and your holy city, to put an end to transgression, to bring everlasting righteousness. He goes in. These are the things that Christ did on the cross. Okay? It's the coming of the Messiah, the crucifixion. It says that and then the Messiah will be cut off, but not for himself. How is that? It doesn't matter if there's a third temple being built right now. It has nothing to do with the text. There isn't one. But listen, anyway, it would never happen. The third temple has to be built where? On the Temple Mount. You honestly think that the Jews aren't even allowed there? You think the Muslims are going to allow Jews to come into the Temple Mount to put up a temple? They already have the Islamic the Dome of the Rock. If you want to say there's a third temple, I'll tell you, look, there's already one there. Go look up the Dome of the Rock. There's already an Islamic temple there. Remember, this says the Antichrist is the one who sits in the temple. There's already an Islamic shrine sitting in where the third temple was. I'm sorry, where the temple used to be. So on the Temple Mount sits an Islamic shrine called the Dome of the Rock. All right? There's already one there. And it's an Islamic temple. And I've been showing you how all these things point to Islam. If the beast is the beast system of Islam, if it's the system of Islam, okay, and it's regarding Islam, it's regarding Muslims, and right now they currently have a temple sitting in Jerusalem. The Bible says the nations will come against Jerusalem and fight against Jerusalem. So if it's those nations that invade Jerusalem, they already have a temple sitting there. If accidentally hits it, it's not gonna happen. These are implications, Sass. That part's not gonna happen. I heard that theory as well, but no, it's not. What's gonna happen is, there's always some truth. Now, it's not gonna happen there, but it will happen in Mecca. It's gonna happen in Mecca. Mecca is gonna be the one that gets destroyed, because in Mecca they have. If you guys remember, what did I show you? Mecca. Remember, they have the Kaaba, okay? They have the Kaaba and they have the black stone. All Muslims, no matter what direction you are in the world, are required to pray towards the Kaaba. It's called Qibla. And they pray 5 times a day, Salah, to the black stone. Okay, this is the most holiest place of Islam. This is the most holiest shrine of Islam. But the end times talks about this place being destroyed. Even in Islamic eschatology, this is destroyed. So if this is destroyed, then they must have a new direction of prayer, which will be in Jerusalem at the Dome of the Rock. So it's not the dome that gets destroyed, but this will, because the Bible tells us time and time and time again that this is destroyed. This is destroyed. We see it in Obadiah 1, right? Everyone's going to argue, especially these the people claiming that it's America, Israelites, and all these things. They claim that Edom is the white man. But Edom is in Arabia. Edom, Ezekiel 25 tells us from Yemen to Dedan. Okay? From Timan to Dedan. Timan to Dedan. Ezekiel 25, from Timan to Dedan. That is the regions of Arabia. That is from Yemen to Jordan. Dumma, Dedan. The name's Dumma and Dedan. Go look up Dumma and Dedan. Those are in Arabia. Isaiah 21 tells us Arabia. It literally mentions by name Arabia. So in Mecca, Arabia, they have this. This is destroyed. The Bible tells us time and time again in many chapters, Jeremiah 49, Isaiah 21, Isaiah 34, Obadiah, Ezekiel 25, Isaiah 13. All of those mention the destruction of Arabia. Okay, even in Islamic eschatology, they also believe that Arabia will be destroyed. So once this is destroyed, this is the harlot, by the way. This is Arabia's the harlot, mentioned in Revelation 17. Revelation 18 talks about the destruction of the harlot. There's a key verse, Revelation 18:2. Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Okay, Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Go to Isaiah 21, verse 9. You see the same reference regarding Arabia. Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Mentioned at the fall of Babylon. Isaiah 21 is about the fall of Babylon, the desert by the sea. And it mentions Edom, Duma, Timan, Dedan, and Arabia. It mentions those regions as being the harlot, as being the Babylon mentioned in Isaiah 21. Isaiah 21 verse 9 says, Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Revelation 18:2, Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Same reference. But Isaiah 21 tells us the location of this Babylon. So it's mentioned as being destroyed. Once again, Jeremiah 49 talks about the same destruction of those regions, but then it tells us the cry is heard at the noise, their fall is heard at the Red Sea. Isaiah 21 tells us the desert by the sea. What is the desert by the Red Sea? Jeremiah 49 tells us the Red Sea. The desert by the Red Sea, it names these names, is Mecca. Mecca is a desert by the Red Sea. Go look it up. Go look it up. So the harlot is here. Why? Because from her is idolatry. From her is harlotry. This is where Islam originates from. It comes from here. It's spread from here. And it's that religion that is fighting against the Israelites. The Jews, not the Israelites, but the Jews that are in Israel today. They're the ones that has persecuted the saints since the time of this religion. The Ottoman Empire, when they took over all of those regions, all those nations used to be Christians. They persecuted them, they converted them, or they forced them to buy or sell. They forced them into the jizya tax. The jizya. Okay? This is a pagan religion. It's a Babylonian religion. The Bible tells us that she's full of idolatries. Okay? That the fornication of the wine. What is the wine? The wine is oil. The oil, this cup of wine that comes out of abundance, that comes in abundance out of the desert. The oil is the wine. The wine is the oil. You see that in Isaiah 34. Look at Isaiah 34. It says the streams, Isaiah 34 mentions the same regions as Isaiah 21 regarding Babylon. Same regions. But Isaiah 34 tells us the streams of pitch. The streams shall be turned into pitch. What is pitch? Can anyone tell me what pitch is? What is pitch? Does anyone know? What's pitch? Tar. Exactly. And what is tar? This is oil. Thank you. Okay? The Bible tells us that even the oil burns forever and ever and ever. Remember, Revelation 18, the smoke rises from her forever and ever and ever. All the merchants of the sea will cry when they see her. Babylon is fallen. You know, they even the merchants, it talks about the trading, the economy is fallen. In Revelation 18, it talks about the economy falls. Within Arabia, that no one trades for, they all cry. They're crying, they're mourning because they'll no longer become rich from her. All right, it talks about this. So in Isaiah 34, he mentions the tar. It mentions that the oil becomes pitch. Streams in the Hebrew doesn't mean water streams. It means torrents. The word there is torrents, a body of liquid. And it says, and in Arabia, if you know that Saudi Arabia rules the world with its oil. This is why the Bible tells us in Revelation 17, she is that city that rules over the kings of the earth. She is that city that rules over the kings of the earth. Right? Arabia. Stay right there. Let me show y'all this. pages got mixed up, so they're not in the correct order. Where is this page at? Oh my gosh. Remember, it tells us, she is the city that rules over the kings of the earth. Now look at the king of Arabia. Now at the time I wrote this is, you know, it's a little outdated, but here you have all of the presidents. You got Russia, you got Putin, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Iran, China, Japan, Brazil. All of them holding the hand of the Saudi king, holding his hand like he's a baby, walking him, holding his hand, kissing his hand. They have all symbolically, the Bible tells us that the kings of the earth became drunk of this wine of fornication. They became drunk of her wine of fornication. It tells us that they symbolically fornicate with the harlot. And we see all of the world leaders symbolically in bed with Saudi Arabia for the oil. We see this time and time again. Show me Jesus' name in the Old Testament. Jesus never existed. Oh man. Right? So we see this time and time and time and time and time again. So the oil is the wine. Okay? She has this cup of wine coming in abundance out of the desert. Right? And Arabia has oil in abundance coming out of the desert. I did a 3-part series on the harlot, and I go through all of the verses. I show you guys imagery. I show you the verses. It's an awesome video. I did a 3-part. Part 1 is about the Vatican, and I show you how and why people believe it's the Vatican. But then I also show how it can't be done because they don't fit scripture. Then I show you America. I show you how you can believe that it's America, but how scripture doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. But then I show you Arabia, and it literally fits. All of it fits because Arabia is mentioned by name. If you look in Isaiah 21, look in this Isaiah 21. It's literally mentioned by name. Arabia. Okay? So even if you don't believe Edom or Duma or Dedan and Timan, if you don't even believe that these are locations and regions within Arabia, that's fine, cool. But Arabia is literally mentioned by name. And it's mentioned as being the Babylon spoken on in Isaiah 21. Isaiah 21, the fall of Babylon, the desert of the sea. It describes the Babylon in the regions of Arabia. Then it gives you the key verse, Isaiah 21 verse 9. Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Revelation 18 verse 2 regarding the fall of Babylon. Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Because it's Arabia. She's full of idolatry. Okay? Because from her this is a Babylonian religion. Remember, the beast that was and is also himself the 8th king. And was not. So it's a beast that was and is not. It's a religion that comes back. The Bible tells us it's a religious system that comes back. This is the religion of Babylon. This is why they calls it the daughter of Babylon. The 8th king is Trump. No, it's not. Okay? You'll never find scripture that says anything about what that's ridiculous. It's really not, Pink Master. Just stay tuned and you'll start to see how these things unravel. It's not Trump, okay? So it's a Babylonian religion. It's literally Baal worship. It's the same religion as Nebuchadnezzar. Same thing. That's not on the Daniel statue. No. It's a similarity. Do you remember when the statue was put up? And remember, Nebuchadnezzar, they would play the instruments or the music, and all the peoples was required to bow down to the statue. No matter where you were, you had to face the statue. That's the same thing in Islam. Remember when they do the prayer calls, right? When they play the music or when they do the prayer call, they're all required to face and towards the Kaaba. Okay? It's the same religion. It's the same religion. So, and it's a sacrificial religion. It's the god of Molech, the god of Rephaim. Remember, the god of Molech was the god of sacrifice. You remember? They used to sacrifice the babies and put them into the, I don't want to say too much because I don't want them to try to ban me. But you guys, Molech. And then Rephaim was the star god, right? The star which fell from heaven. Islam will tell you that this is a rock. This stone is a star that fell from heaven, that came from Allah. Right? The Bible tells us that you should not bow down to any stones or anything in the host of heaven. You should not put up any images. That's commandment 1 and 2. Thou shalt not have no gods before me. Thou shalt not bow down to any images or stone. It tells us. And that's what they do. Okay? This is who the Bible's talking about. It's idolatry. Look up Kaaba. Look up the stone. Okay, look these things. Research this. Look it up. Read it. Do a deep dive on it. A deep study on it. I feel sorry for you. All right. And then they say that it was Abraham who built it. They say Abraham built this. Abraham and Ishmael built this. Or Adam. This was built by our prophets. Okay, that's what they say. And then they also say they deny the deity of Christ. Okay? Remember the Bible tells us in 1 John, who is the liar? Who is the liar but he who denies that Jesus is the Christ? He denies the Father, he denies the Son. He himself is the Antichrist. That's exactly what Muslims do. Okay, they deny the Father. They say that Allah has no son. He cannot be a father. And they deny the Son. They say that Jesus is not the Son of God. He is not God. Okay? That's exactly what they do. Okay? Exactly what they do. He himself is the Antichrist. And then it talks about there are many Antichrists. Because an Antichrist is just to be it's against Christ. But they deny his deity. They deny the crucifixion. They deny that he's God. Yet, they'll convert you and tell you, oh, we have Christ. He's in the Quran. Isa. We have him in our religion. But he is just we love him. We love Jesus. But he's just a prophet. He's not God. And then they go and deceive you and then show you all of the contradictions in the Bible, how he's not God. What did Jesus say? Do not be deceived, for they will come in my name. Who? Who comes in the name of Jesus? What other religion comes in the name of Jesus? Okay, he's telling us to watch out. And then the empires, the Islamic empires, the Ottoman Empire, when they ruled, because remember, it's shirk to associate God with any other partners, to say that he's a Trinity. That's blasphemy in Islam. That's the penalty of death. So if you were in these Islamic countries, in the nations of Islam, for let's say Arabia, for example, if you was in Arabia and you claimed these things, oh no, off with your head. It's shirk. It's called shirk. It's blasphemy in Islam. So the most holiest thing in the Christianity, the thing that grants you salvation, is the most blasphemous thing in Islam. And the most blasphemous thing in Islam is the most holiest thing in Christianity. So they'll off with your head for you claiming and declaring that Jesus Christ is Lord. And at the same time, say, no, you got it wrong. He's just a prophet. And then they claim him. And they'll tell you that Jesus is a Muslim. The Quran tells us that Jesus was never crucified. But instead, another person was put in his place to make it appear that he was crucified and that Allah took him to heaven. So Jesus was never crucified and never died. So even from their teachings, even Jesus is still alive. Okay? But he was never crucified. If there was never no crucifixion, then Christianity is not real. So this is where they come in at. Okay? This is how they deceive. And the Bible's warning us. It's warning us of these people, of this religion. It tells us it comes back. And then not only do they come back, but they also persecute the saints. They persecute God's people, and they persecute his land. They enter into his land and they fight against the people there. And I've been showing you the pattern. Who are the people mentioned in the Bible by name fighting against Israel? Who are the people mentioned by name in the Bible persecuting the saints of God? Everything is pointing to that people. Everything is pointing to Islam. All biblical end time prophecy points to Islam. The worst of it already occurred. Because when they were dominating, when the Ottoman Empire was dominating and ruling those nations, we're talking about North Africa, East Africa, all of the Middle East. What happened to the Armenians? Does anyone know what happened to the Armenians? Do you guys know? Do you guys remember? Do you guys know a bit of the history? I know there's people on here that know. The Armenian Christians. Do you guys remember? The Syrian Christians. Okay? Algeria, Nigeria, the Sudanese Christians, the Somalian Christians. Okay? We see it, the same pattern. Okay? So when you're reading the Bible regarding the persecution of the saints, these are things that already happened. Okay? Those things happened. And then there's this great tribulation that comes in the end. It's a 3.5 year period in which Israel would be invaded one last time by the nations that surround them. Look on a map. I encourage everyone right now, go to a map and Google Middle East. Google a map of Israel or a map of the Middle East. Or a matter of fact, no. Do this. Google Muslim population. And when you do, it's actually the cover of my last video. It's a picture of the cover of my last video. This is the population in the Middle East. You see all that green? Every green that you see today is an Islamic nation. This is all Muslim. All this green. All this green is Muslim. But if you look right there in that little piece of white, that's Israel. You see that little piece of white? That little piece of white, that's Israel. God tells us, and I will gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. Okay? I will gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. They are literally surrounded by all Muslim nations. Now, the dark green that you're seeing, that's Shia Muslims. Okay, that's Iran. Shia. The light green are Sunni Muslims. Okay, there's actually two sects of Muslims, Shia and Sunni. Okay? All of this. Indonesia, Pakistan, Southern Russia, all of it. North Africa, East Africa. This is Kush and Put. Kush and Put. Okay, Arabia, Yemen to Dedan, that's Jordan. All of this. Okay? And all those nations are mentioned by name in the Bible. In fact, I challenge anyone to find me a nation that's mentioned in the Bible in which the Lord fights that isn't a Muslim nation. I challenge you. I will pay you, I say it right here on live, I will pay you $1,000 if you can find me a nation mentioned by name that the Lord fights that isn't a Muslim nation. You got, now Magog is Turkey. You have Rome mentioned like 13 times, but never in the context of being destroyed. Spain is mentioned like twice, 3 times. Gog is the leader of Magog. So Gog is not a nation. Gog is the one who rules over Magog. Egypt. So you're saying Egypt is not an Islamic nation? Because that's literally, everyone on here, he said Egypt. Go Google Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood comes from Egypt. So where is America in the Bible? It's not mentioned. It's not about America. See, this is where everyone gets confused, because they take what's not mentioned and then they force it into the text. They literally force it in the text. They say, oh, it's China, it's Russia, it's America, but it's never mentioned. Why do you take what's not mentioned and you force it into the text? You force it in the text and ignore the literals. You ignore the literals. The literal names mentioned by name in the Bible are all Islamic nations. Okay? Kush Put, that's Sudan, Somalia. Okay? It mentions Lebanon, that's Tyre. It mentions Tyre. It mentions Syria. Damascus is mentioned, which is in Syria. It mentions Gaza. Gaza's mentioned. Elam, Persia, that's Iran. Lydia, Ionia, Yavan, that's Turkey. Even the 7 churches of Revelation. You know the 7 churches of Revelation? Church of Smyrna, Philadelphia, Pergamos. The churches of Revelation are in Turkey. Look it up. They're located in Turkey. Okay? Magog, Meshech, Tubal, Beth Togarmah are all regions in Turkey. They were all people. These are the descendants of Japheth, the descendants of Noah. Remember when the ark rested on Mount Ararat. Look up Mount Ararat. Okay, can someone look that up for me? Look up Mount Ararat. Where the Noah's Ark. Where did Noah's Ark rest? Where did it land? Tell me where that location is. Somebody look it up. I want everybody to watch this because I want somebody. There you go, Turkey. Okay? Matt is right. Everyone's right. There you go, Turkey. So Noah rested in Turkey. And his lineage, his sons, we got Magog, Beth, Togarmah, Gomer. All of those are the descendants of Noah in Turkey. Okay? So Magog, Beth Togarmah. Now, if you want to say it's Russia, we can argue that it's Russia. Okay, I'll give you that it's Russia. But, look at this. Okay? Let me show you this. Even if it is Russia, or even if you want to include it as Russia, I'll give you that. Let's say it is. Do you guys remember that here's Turkey? So even if it is Russia, southern Russia, the states that broke away from all of these, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, all of these are all Islamic nations. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know southern Russia is Islamic nations? So even if you want to include Russia, you can't escape Islam. You can't escape it. All the stands, yep. You can't escape it. How about China? China's not mentioned. You know why they mention China? Because of this. Right here. Remember, the Bible tells us that the army that comes against Israel, it tells us in Revelation, the army's 200 million. So, because they say it's 200 million, they say, oh, that must be China. Because where else does a 200 million man army come from? Do you know that if you was to take, what I'm saying is correct, and the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns are in fact Islamic nations, you can easily muster 10 Islamic nations. Bro, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hold on. I just had it. Are you telling, look at that green. Are you telling me that you cannot get 200 million people out of this? Of all of this green, can you get 200 million? Can you muster a 200 million man army? Is it possible? Is it possible to get 200 million fanatics? Like, you know, can we muster 200 million? Easy. Easy. And it names the nations. Okay? We're witnessing this right now. So guys, listen, stay away from it's not about this. This is because remember, this is how the devil works. This is how the devil works. He puts in this false doctrine. Because if you believe in the 7-year tribulation, then from your belief, you don't believe the Antichrist is here. Because from your belief, you think that the Antichrist comes during the 7-year tribulation. Because he ushers in the 7-year peace treaty, which begins the 7-year tribulation. Then you guys argue amongst yourselves, oh, do we get raptured before? Do we get raptured in the middle? Or do we get raptured after? Okay? So now you have an argument within the false doctrine. You have a debate within the debate. And then you believe that when this occurs, that's when he ushers in. That's when he gets revealed. He gets revealed in the middle. Because he puts together a treaty, and then he allows them to sacrifice for 3.5 years within the third temple. But in the middle of the third temple, he then stops. He puts an end to it. And then this is when he's revealed and sets himself up in the temple, the man of sin. And then the remaining 3.5 years occurs. So just that, but look at all of what I just said. It comes from this one verse. Go look at this verse and tell me where you see any of what I just mentioned. It's not in the text. It's not in the text. So because you believe in this model, right? You don't think the Antichrist is here. You're waiting for him to come. But you also believe that you will not be here when he comes. And I'll keep showing you guys over and over and over again. He's already here. The Antichrist is the system of Islam. Okay? He comes from the regions within the Assyrian Empire, which is from Turkey, which is all that Middle Eastern area. He comes from there. And I mean, literally, he comes from Turkey. Revelation 2, the church of Pergamon. Thou art the seats of Satan. God, Jesus, is telling us that the seat of Satan is in Pergamus. Pergamus is in Turkey. The seats of Satan is in Turkey. The king of the north, Turkey. Magog, Turkey. Turkey's the one who leads the beast. Turkey's the one that leads the 10 nations, the 10 horns, into Jerusalem to fight against her. Turkey's the second largest army in NATO, the most powerful nation of Islam. Like, their military might is crazy. Okay? So, because you believe in this, you don't believe the Antichrist is here yet, because he only comes during this time. And you also believe that you will not be here because you're going to be taken, that you're that special, that God is going to preserve you. Every single prophet, every prophet, from the beginning to the end, even Christ, all of them went through tribulation. Every last one. Why are you any different? All of them. Christ was crucified. And you're saying you're going to be snatched away before tribulation. No. The Bible teaches endurance. Now, if that's correct, if you believe that you are going to be taken away prior to this event, that the Bible talks about the off with the heads, the persecution of the saints, that the saints will go through the worst, experience the worst times of their lives because of the Antichrist, then how do you tell our Christian brothers and sisters in Sudan, in Somalia, how do you tell the Syrian Christians or the Armenian Christians, hey, don't worry about it, bro, you're not going to be here, we're going to be raptured before that happens to you? When literally right now, brothers and sisters in Africa, Boko Haram are being persecuted right now. They're literally going through this right now. I didn't say the Somalis are, but there are Christians within these nations, in the villages. Look at what Boko Haram does. Okay? Within these nations. They are Christians there. I have the videos. I literally have the videos of the beheadings. I have them in my video, go research it. You can look it up. You can find them. You can find ISIS, Boko Haram, all of them. Persecuting Christians. Literally off with the heads. Literally. In these nations. And not only, listen, somebody's arguing with me that is saying that there's no Christians in Somalia. It's not about today. It's also not about right now today. All of these things already happened over time when the Ottoman Empire ruled in those lands. Because most of these lands were Christian nations. There were Christians in these lands. Okay? The green that I showed you used to be Christian. Okay? But they're not anymore because the Ottoman Empire ruled and took over all of that land. And how did they do it? You can go right now on TikTok and look up this, I don't remember his name. But there are imams, Muslim imams, that talk about the jizya. They talk about how they dominated by force with the sword. They dominated with the sword, and you had two options. You either paid the jizya or you converted to Islam. Or penalty of death. That was what it was. Okay? And they took over. So all of that, the persecution of the saints, happened and is still happening to some of the Christians that are in these lands now. Look at what Boko Haram did in 2015, the beginning of 2015. Okay, look this up. 2015, Boko Haram. I have it I remember. I actually wrote it in the book because this was what happened at that time. Let me pull that up for you. I have it right here. I forgot I even had that. So look what they did, okay? They went into a Christian village. It was wild. I don't even know if I want to say it because I don't want TikTok to ban me. Right? Let me see. I know I have it here. I don't remember where I wrote it at. It's been a while since I read my own book, to be honest. I don't remember. I have it here though. I don't want to waste your time. But anyway, look it up. All right. And what they did, it was like, I don't know, it was like 1,000, 1,200 Christians, all laid out in the streets, unalived, a small village. Right? It was a lot of Christians. I know I talked about it, bro. It's here. I have it here. But I don't remember which page it was. Oh, here it is. Boko Haram, a North African Muslim terrorist organization who gave allegiance to ISIS, also raging and unaliving people in the name of Allah. They reportedly unalived thousands of people in January of 2015 in a single night, and still to this present day. This was at that time. Bodies were said to be all over the streets of Nigeria as they wiped out an entire village. Okay? So look that up. Boko Haram, 19. Boko Haram 2015, January 2015. All Western propaganda. Saeed. Oh, of course you would say that. Brother. Oh man, if only y'all really truly understood Islam. How they're they're taught. Lies, they are all from Nigeria. Right? So you look that up. And yeah. So the persecution of saints, if you believe in this, that's how Satan works. By believing in this, then you miss who the Antichrist is. You miss what literally is happening. Because those who believe in this, hearing what I'm saying, it's like, what? It's like it doesn't connect, right? It's like it's all new, but it makes sense. But once you stop believing in this and you walk away from this, because this is copy and paste. And listen, I don't mean to offend anyone, but I'm gonna make a big assumption. I guarantee most of you, not everyone, but most of you who believe in this, I guarantee you never studied it. You copied and pasted. You never studied this. And I challenge you now to study it. Now you have come across someone who is making you question yourself. Study this. Okay? Study this. Study how. So, research. Where is the 7-year tribulation? Where does the Bible mention third temple? And then challenge that. Look for those verses. And then after you read those, remember, don't only study in the English. Look up these verses in the Hebrew and the Greek. Look up Bible Hub. Okay, there's an app. It's called Bible Hub. Right here. Okay, look this up. Bible Hub. They have an interlinear section. An interlinear that's like my Bible, right? I have an interlinear Bible because it has the original Hebrew, Greek, translated into English. So it gives you the original text of the Bible. All right? The original text. So now you go ahead and you study. So you look up these verses, read it in the English, go into the original Hebrew, and then study each word in the Hebrew. It's very easy and very quick. because you click on the words and then you look, it gives you the definitions of the word. Bible Hub. The app is called Bible Hub. Can I put like a thing up there? See, I'm new, man. I don't know how to do all this. I'm an old head. I'm trying to understand this still. I probably look young, but I'm actually older than what y'all think. I ain't gonna play with it. Anyway, it's called Bible Hub. I'll write it here for y'all. It's a free app. Where we at? Bible Hub. Okay. And in there, they have interlinear. Interlinear. I don't know if that's right, but there you go. Interlinear. Interlinear. And now there, then when you go there to the interlinear section, you can put any chapter, any verse, and it's going to break it down and word by word. And then when it breaks down word by word, then you can click on the word, click on the number, and it takes you to the direct translation of it. Okay, it takes you to the direct translation. And then you can study. Because when you look at Daniel 9, verse 27, regarding when it says sacrifice and offering, he puts an end to sacrifice and offering. And then on the wing of abomination shall be one who makes desolate. That's where they say we get the abominations of desolations, right? But the word there, sacrifice and offering, in the Hebrew does in fact mean the original sacrificial laws. So it is talking about the official, sacrificing. But when you go to Daniel 11 and when you go to Daniel 12, regarding the abomination of desolation, because they'll tell you when the sacrifice is taken away, when the daily sacrifice is taken away, then the abomination of desolation is set up. When you look at the other verses, the words for sacrifice and offering are not the same words in Daniel 9 verse 27. In the English it reads like it is, but in the original Hebrew it's not the same word. The words are completely different. So meaning that when they were speaking in the Aramaic, when they were speaking in the Hebrew, they did not say the same word. They were saying a different word. They were saying different words. Can you explain the fifth kingdom of Daniel? So the fifth kingdom, the feet with iron and clay. That's a lot to get into. I'm gonna be honest. I did that yesterday, and I didn't plan on being on here this long. I'm gonna be honest. I've been killing myself with these lives this late, man. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Because I got two little boys that gets up real early, and then I don't sleep. And then they get up. And, but I love it though, man. I love doing this. It is what it is, I'm just trying to make sure that everybody follows and understands. Because I see it. Like I get on, like there's times when I got, I'm just chilling. And I'm scrolling through TikTok, and then they'll be like, yo, we're in the 7 year, they talk about the 7 year tribulation, they talk about the third temple's being built, and it frustrates me when I see this stuff, and I'm like, you know what, I don't comment, I stay away from it, because it riles me up, and then I want to like hurry up and get on here and show you guys. So it's like, all right, let me try to let people know, like, listen, do this for yourselves. This is why I like to do it like this, because I want you guys, I want to challenge you, and I want you to question these things. Because I'm gonna be honest, let's be honest, most of you have never studied this. I'm gonna be honest, I personally studied this. It was about a month ago, because even myself, I was like kind of just going with the flow of what I heard, right? I was just going with the flow. Oh, there's a 7 year peace treaty, 7 year tribulation, the third temple, right? So I was just going with the flow. But I never truly went and deep dived for myself. And when I deep dived a month ago, I said, yo, what the heck? Really? This is not in the text. When you deep dive a specific event or a specific prophecy in the Bible, you're gonna see it completely different from what you were taught. Completely different. And then you're going to feel this contradiction in your body. But the contradiction isn't coming from the Bible. It's coming from the source that taught you these things. The contradiction is in man, not the Bible. Because even they got this, their sources came from the Bible, but they misinterpreted it. It talks about enduring to the end, Jesus returns. Yes. What you think? Aren't we the third temple? I don't think so. Remember, it's not a physical temple, or it's not a literal temple neither. It's never going to be built. I really hope that when the day comes, you all still remember me. Remember I told you these things. You know, I hope to see you all, you know, in the new heaven and new earth. I really do. But I also would hope that you remember when that time comes. Do not be surprised. Why do you think Jesus tells us the parable of the 10 virgins? Right? Why? These are all meaning. This was the parable of believers. But half of the believers do not make it into the kingdom because they're not prepared. Okay? And then he follows in Matthew 24 talks about all the events. Matthew 25 talks about the separation of the sheep and the goats. I will never forget you, husband, about everything you've been teaching. I appreciate you, Jews. Seriously. And I listen, man, I just want people to understand this. This is what my wife wanted me to do. This is what she kept telling me. She's like, babe, you got to get out there. You got to start teaching these things, man. You got to start telling people God gave you a gift. He gave you wisdom to know and understand. So you need to now go and do the duty, you know, and things like that. And that's all she wanted, man. That's all she kept telling me to do. So like I recently started, was like, you know what, let me get into it. Let me get it out there. Because people do need to understand what the Bible is actually talking about. You know, and it is hard. It is hard. We got these lives. We live these crazy lives. And it is, you know, it's hard to make time for these things. And then there's so many distractions. You know. I appreciate you, Haley. So, yeah, she was. Yeah, she was. Right, so that's what it is. But remember, so this is the popular view, right? 69 weeks in the past, then for some strange reason a 2,000-year gap, and then they throw the final week in the future, which hasn't happened yet. But the Bible tells us something different. When you read the Bible, the 70 weeks are consecutive. When you read it verse for verse, when you read it yourself, these are consecutive weeks. And Jesus is the one who put an end to sacrifice and offering, not the Antichrist. It was Jesus, because his ministry was 3.5 years. And in the middle of the week, 3.5 years, he put an end to sacrifice because he became the ultimate sacrifice. Hence why the temple was destroyed afterwards. Okay, the final 3.5 years was when the gospel was going out to the Jews, but they kept rejecting it up until they stoned Stephen, the first martyr the first Christian martyr in the Bible recorded. And then from him, the gospel then goes from Paul to the Gentiles, and then Peter to Cornelius, the first Gentile recorded to receiving the gospel. That was 3.5 years after the crucifixion. Okay, look that up. So now when you go and study this for yourself, when you read Daniel 9 verses 24 to 27 regarding the 70 weeks of Daniel, you're not going to see Antichrist. You're not going to see 7-year peace deal. You're not going to see Israel even signing anything. And you're not going to see a third temple. It's all implied, but it's not in the text. Throw this away. Throw this away. It's not there. Throw it away. This is a deception because the devil knows what he's doing. Once you believe this, then now you're not looking at who the Antichrist is. You have no idea what Scripture's talking about because of this. You're not going to see rapture. Faux show. There is a snatching. So I can show my dad. Let me see. So that means if we throw that away, we have to throw a lot of scriptures away also. No, not necessarily, because the whole foundation of the 7-year tribulation, the third temple, all of that comes from just this one verse. There's other verses that they tie into it, but it comes from here. This is the foundation in which this verse. It's even in books, like it's all over books and everything. This is a modern view. This isn't a view that the early church fathers held. This is new. This is like a 100-year-old view. This is recent. This doesn't date back hundreds of years or thousands of years. This is new. Taught by modern men. All right? Dispensationalism, preterism, post-middle, all of those isms, all those different isms. I stay away from all of that. I'm just a regular Bible-believing Christian. That's it. That's it. I just read the Bible as it is, and I see what God is saying, and that's it. I don't belong to nothing else. And that's where they get all this stuff from. Because think about this. Use your own logic. Use your logic. The 70 weeks are determined for your people in your city. The angel's telling Daniel the 70 weeks are for your people, the Jews, and for your city. Okay? That's the let me see if I can. You guys want a screenshot? Let me see. I don't know if I could get it all in there. Back it up a little more. All right, maybe you guys can screenshot that. I'm gonna count to 5. Everybody screenshot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, there we go. All right, so all those different groups, right? So that means if we throw it away, we have to throw away a lot of scriptures also. Oh no, you already said that. I did screenshot it. Thank you. Okay, no. Even if you want to argue and say that's not them, the 70 weeks of Daniel is regarding them of the past. All right, whatever. Anyway, so the 70 weeks of Daniel was fulfilled during the time of Christ. All right, 70 weeks are determined. He never says 69 weeks and then later in the future, the last week. Think about that. How does that make sense? Think about this. All right, it doesn't make sense. Why would there be a 69 weeks and then stop? Why does it stop? And then 2,000 years and then the last week somewhere in the future. That's weird. That's weird. I mean, question that. Use your own logic. So we are going to go through the tribulation, right? Use your logic. In fact, remember Daniel? Remember in Matthew 24, Jesus, he points to Daniel. He says, and when you see the abominations of desolation spoken of by the prophet Daniel. Remember, what is Jesus talking about in Matthew 24? He is talking about the destruction of the temple. What is the 70 weeks about? The coming of the Messiah, the cutoff, the crucifixion, and the destruction of the temple. So when Jesus is in Matthew 24 talking about the destruction of the temple, he's literally sitting in the midst of the 70 weeks. Because the 70 weeks are about him. That's why he points to Daniel. He points to Daniel because Daniel's pointing to him. Okay? They're pointing to each other. Jesus is fulfilling this. He's literally in the midst of the 70 weeks. Because Jesus is talking about the destruction of the temple. Daniel talked about the Messiah and the destruction of the temple. He talked about his coming, his crucifixion, and the destruction. Jesus is here. So he came. Matthew 24, he came. He's in the midst of being crucified. And then the temple is destroyed right after him. That's the 70 weeks of Daniel fulfilled during the time of Christ. Okay? So what's the next prophecy that's gonna? So I honestly believe that most, if not all, prophecies have been fulfilled. We're just now waiting for Christ. Because, it's the pattern. I'm not saying this. It's because of what I'm reading in the Bible. I mean, we still have like the Euphrates of the Euphrates, the drying up of the Euphrates, right? The Euphrates River has to be dry before, so that the kings of the east. Now, if you look that up, the Euphrates River is dry. It's not 100%, but we're talking about like 90. It's up there, right? Now, I do believe that we are in the sixth seal. Remember the seven seals? The first four are the four horsemen. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, it talks about. So let's just say this little white space. That's the white horse, right? So I'll put something like this. So I don't know, this little space. That's the white horse. Then it talks about the red horse, right? Then we have the black horse. And then it talks about the pale horse. But the pale in the Greek is chloros. Look up the original Greek word. Remember, I told you guys, download Bible Hub. Look up the word for pale in the pale horse. It means chloros, which means pale green. So it's not a pale, it's a green horse. So this looks, anyway, you got white, red, black. These colors are the same colors of all the flags of Islam. Mainly the ones that are mentioned in the Bible coming against Israel. If you look up majority of the flags, the colors of the flags in Islam, they're white, green, black, and red. All of them. And the majority of the ones who come against Israel in the ends of times mentioned in the Bible are all the same colors. Okay? Same colors as the horsemen. The four horsemen are not literal four individuals. Okay? It's talking about the nations of Islam. Once again, you can't get away from it. Everything, you can't get away from it. How is that possible? How are the four colors the same colors of their flags? It's crazy. All right? The fifth seal is the persecution of the saints. And Revelation 20 tells us how they're persecuted. They were off with their heads. So the fifth seal is the beheadings. That's already happened. The sixth seal is the cosmics, right? The cosmic effects, right? Which is the coming, and then it goes into all of the other stuff. Like Revelation literally breaks down when we go to tribulation, and then it literally mentions the rapture event. The rapture event is mentioned in Revelation 14. If you go to Revelation 14, it's literally mentioned there. I think it's Revelation 14. Let me make sure. It might be 16. No, it's 14. Okay, so he talks about the land. I'm sorry, the 144,000, right? Remember, he says right here, the 144,000 who were redeemed from the earth. These are the ones who were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. Remember, I told you guys, they're virgins. They weren't defiled with women. These are male virgins. The 144,000 are from the 12 tribes of Israel, and these are male virgins. Okay? And then it talks about right here. Look at Revelation 14, verse 14. So Revelation 14:14. That is the rapture event in Revelation. Now, some people would say, oh, we're not here because the church is never mentioned after Revelation 3. Just because you don't see the word church doesn't mean that's when we was raptured. That's a ridiculous point of view. That's ridiculous. That's weird. Okay? But look at Revelation 14:14. Now, it sounds poetic, but think of it as modern views. Put away the poeticness. Okay? And think of this in a modern view. Like, if once you understand the allegorical terms, then you understand what it's saying. Listen to what it says. Then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and on the cloud sat one like the Son of Man. Now, we all know who comes riding on a cloud. Who comes back on a cloud? Isaiah 19 tells us he rides a swift cloud and is going into Egypt. We're caught up with him in the clouds. Right? One like the Son of Man. Who is that? Can anyone answer? It's an easy question. Jesus. There we go. Good job, Haley. So, then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and one who sat, one like the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, thrust your sickle and reap, for the time has come for you to reap, for the harvest of the earth. So he who sat on the cloud thrust his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. Do you hear? It's poetic language, but do you hear what it's saying? That's rapture. That's rapture. Okay? The sickle, reaping, harvest the earth, that's rapture. That's the snatching away. The next verse talks about wrath. Then the wrath. Look, reaping the grapes of wrath. Then another angel came out, the temple, which is in heaven. And he also had a sharp sickle. And another angel came out from the altar, who had power over the fire. And he cried with a loud voice, with a loud cry, to him who had the sharp sickle, saying, thrust your sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. And it goes in and it talks about the wrath, right? The great wine press. Then it goes into the bowls of judgment. There's the bowls of judgment. Revelation 15. It goes right into it. But then it keeps on going. And then Revelation 16 talks about more the bowls. So these are the wraths of God. This is not us. We're not here for this. Then it goes into the scarlet beast, and it talks about her destruction. That's when Mystery Babylon is also destroyed. Now, if this is wrath, the wrath of God, and we're raptured, we're already taken. Remember, I've showed you that Mystery Babylon is Arabia. And it talks about her in Revelation 17. It introduces who she is, but it tells us in Revelation 18 that she is destroyed. So Arabia is destroyed in the end. And you see that in the context, because for the day of the Lord has come. The day of the Lord, one day of the Lord. And then it talks about the destruction of Arabia, Duma, Dedan. These are all locations within Arabia. Okay? Even before we get raptured, look in Revelation 14, verse 8. He also says, Babylon is fallen, the great city, because she has made all nations drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. So it's mentioned again. I bet you guys didn't know that. Babylon, and in Revelation 14, Babylon is fallen, because God is telling us, I haven't forgot about you. I haven't forgot you. I'm coming. Then he takes the people, and then he goes out and he pours judgment against these nations. It's not America. It's not America. It's not America. Stop. It's not America, man. I don't know why where y'all come up with this stuff. Seriously. You say it's America, and you have to say that so that it fits your theory in saying that you are the true Israel. It's a weird. I promise. Listen, I'll be honest. The Black Hebrew Israelite movement is a cult. It's a cult. It's a Christian cult. It's just like all the other cults, all the other denominations. It's a cult. Let me ask you, if you're on here, you're one of those. Do you guys believe in the Trinity? Do you believe in the triune God? Is there any? They say yes. Okay, awesome. And that's all that matters. But regarding prophecy, you got that part wrong, man. It's not about America. Y'all see, it's just like how this is implied. Because you think the scriptures are regarding you, like the 400 years and the 400 years of slavery and all these different things. You guys are still stuck on the bloodline. Color. It's all about color. And it's all about the bloodline. But then you read the book of Romans, And you read these other parts of the New Testament, and it tells you, literally tells you, it's not about the bloodline. That even the ones who are of the bloodline are not also his people. It tells you this. It literally says this. Why do y'all ignore that though? That's what's weird. That's what's weird. Then you ignore that the gospel goes out to the Gentiles. It tells you over and over and over and over and over again throughout Scripture. It goes to the Gentiles, etc. You ignore that part. That the white man will be slaves in the end of time. They will be your slaves. That they're Esau. That's the part that gets me. Is that y'all say that the white man is Esau. And that's the part that gets to me. That's how I know it's like, you know, you guys are full of it. That's right there is how I know. Because Esau, the Bible tells us that Esau is the father of Edom, the father of the Edomites. Esau is the father of Edom. Then the Bible tells me that Edom in Ezekiel 25, everyone look up Ezekiel 25. It tells you that Edom is from Teman to Dedan. From Teman to Dedan. And then everywhere else you see Edom. Isaiah 13, Isaiah 21, Jeremiah 49 names the same regions. The same regions. Duma, Dedan, Teman. Alright? Dedan. All of those regions are in Arabia. They're in Arabia. In Arabia. Oh, this is making me do a puzzle. So, in Arabia, okay? Teman is in Arabia. Duma is in Arabia. Dedan is in Arabia. Okay? All of those are in Arabia. So, that region is Edom. From Teman to Dedan, that's Edom. They're in Arabia. So, the Edom is the Arab people. Okay? They are the Edomites. Not the white man. That's ridiculous. It's weird. That's weird. And then y'all out there, y'all screaming at white people, claiming that they're the Edomites. That yo, y'all wild for that. I ain't gonna. Y'all is wild for that. Like y'all be out there cursing. Y'all be out there ministering and cursing and screaming and you know, preaching hate for the white man. And then y'all got those charts that talks about all of the 12 tribes and how it's just blacks and Hispanics, Jamaicans, Haitians, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, American blacks. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. Okay, but that also... Oh my gosh. I'm not going to get into it. You know? So it's not about none of that. It's not about that. Israel, the biblical Israel, guys, don't be fooled by that. Biblical Israel regarding the end times. They say it's them. Us. They say that Puerto Ricans and the blacks and the Hispanics, that we are the 12 tribes of Israel, which there's truth to that, but we are not who the Bible is regarding in the end times, because it names the nations who comes against the land. It names the nation who comes against Jerusalem. It names those nations. Okay? And those nations that are fighting Jerusalem today are all Islamic nations. Meaning, the people there today are the ones who are fulfilling prophecy. And I don't see blacks and Hispanics fighting Islamic nations. I don't see that. It's not happening. I'm chilling. I'm safe here in America. I'm at home. I'm chilling on TikTok. We're not fighting them. But the Jews that are in Israel today are literally fighting them. So what I'm reading in the scriptures regarding end times, what I'm seeing, what I'm reading is literally happening live on TV regarding the people who are there today. So, and you keep saying it's about you. You're deceived. It's weird. You're deceived. So, I don't know. I just hope that you guys keep coming, come around. It's not about debates and stuff. Like I'm not mad at y'all or nothing. I'm just saying that what I see in the Bible is not what you guys are preaching. It's not. We are all Israelites who trust in Yah. Yes. So it's all about being we are all grafted in. It talks about the two trees, the two branches coming to form the one tree, the wild olive tree. And talks about the being. It's not about bloodline anymore. It's not. It is not. I can show you in the Bible where you was divorced. Are you pre-trib host? No. So I'm assuming you came on recently and missed everything that I was talking about regarding tribulation and all that. But if you guys follow me on Facebook, I had the same thing. Truth Beyond Theory is on Facebook. It has the same picture. So if you'll see me pop up, same picture. I'm gonna post this live on there. I spoke about all of this. When it came to the tribulation, my belief is that we are taken after all of the events we are taken. But I just explained this entire night that there is no 7-year tribulation. This is not biblical. The third temple is not biblical. It's not there. It's not in the text. And if you have family members that are hard, they believe it hardcore, right? Then go ahead and sit with them, reason, and with them study. Say, hey, look, where can we find this? Listen, can we read this and can we find it? And then show them, and then read it for yourselves. Look at the original text. You'll see that the original text regarding the abominations, desolations, the sacrifice and offerings are different words than this, meaning they cannot be the same. They're not the same words. They're not the same. There is no 7-year. It's not. It's never there. There isn't one. You'll never find it. You'll never. That's to be red flag number 1. Do a quick search. Red flag number 1. If you guys use ChatGPT, I like ChatGPT. I use it a lot because it finds verses for me quick. I can ask it strategic questions to help, find me verses and things like that, and then I can just put it in my notes. So I use it, right? But I'm not on Facebook. Will you be doing this teaching again? Probably. But how about YouTube? Do you have YouTube? Because it's the same thing. Truth Beyond Theory. You'll see the same cover. And I'll post it on YouTube. I haven't posted the videos yet, but I'm going to start posting all these videos on YouTube. So I got to hurry up and get on there. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'll probably spend this weekend just putting all the videos there. All right. Well, just look for me on YouTube as well. Right. So if you do a quick search and look up 7-year tribulation. Where does the Bible mention 7-year tribulation? You know where it's going to take you? Right here. It's going to take you right here. Go to ChatGPT if you guys use it. Go to Google. And if you look up 7-year tribulation, it's going to take you to Daniel 9 verse 27. And then ask it, be like, I don't think it's talking about the Antichrist. And look what it tells you. And then, okay, after that, look up third temple. Where are the Bible verses for the third temple? And you're never going to find it. You're never going to find it. It's going to keep pointing you to this. It's going to keep telling you that this is regarding the Antichrist. And that's where we get this from. And that's it. That's it. And then they'll tie in other verses. They'll tie in Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians. They'll tie in Matthew 24 regarding the abomination. It'll tie those into this. But they're not connected. It's not regarding this prophecy. And then just read it. It's only 4 verses, right? Verse 24, 25, 26, 27. Read those 4 verses and tell me, where do you see Antichrist? Tell me, where do you see tribulation? Where do you see a peace deal between Israel and the Antichrist? And where do you see the third temple? Read those 4 verses. Tell me where you see it at. Because it says the 70 weeks are for the people and the city. 70 weeks is for them, meaning it's consecutive. The whole 70 weeks is for them. There is no 69 weeks and then 2,000 years gap and then the last week is thrown in the future. That's weird. That's a weird, I don't know where they got that from. I really don't. I gotta look into that. I gotta see where that really became popular at. I have it in my notes, but it's just, it doesn't make sense. But I appreciate you. Who's that? Lorraine. Definitely appreciate you. What does Daniel 9:27 say? Go look it up, honey. You just gotta go look it up real quick. Go pull it up on your phone. That verse is where they say the anti. This is the foundation verse. This is the foundational verse where we get the 7-year trib in the third temple. Because they say that verse is regarding the Antichrist. But it's not. That verse is still talking about the Messiah. Verse 25, the Messiah. Verse 26, the Messiah. And then all of a sudden, verse 27, the Antichrist? No. It's still the Messiah. He's the one that puts an end to sacrifice 3.5 years into his ministry. Then the remaining 3.5 years, the gospel goes out to the Jews, but they reject it. And then at the end, they stone the first martyr mentioned in the Bible, Stephen. Then right after this, the gospel goes to the Gentiles. Because the 70 weeks are for the people and the city, the Jews. But they rejected it. So it goes to the Gentiles. Okay, so that's the fulfillment. And then we see the fulfillment in Matthew 24, Mark 13, and Luke 21. We see the fulfillment because Jesus is talking about the destruction of the temple. The 70 weeks is regarding the destruction of the temple. So when Jesus is talking about the destruction of the temple, he's literally in the midst of fulfilling the 70 weeks of Daniel. Remember, it says, after the 69 weeks, the Messiah shall be cut off. After. Meaning the 69 weeks are fulfilled, and then he's in the 70th week being crucified. Because after 69 is 70. It doesn't say in the middle of the 70 week or in the middle of the 69 weeks, during the 69 weeks. No. After the 69 weeks. So 69 is done. And then the last week is the end of his ministry. It's not in the future. Because the 70 weeks, that's where we get the 7 years from. That last week. They threw it in the future. Which is, I don't understand where they get this from. It doesn't make sense. $1934. Are y'all still on that? Do you keep the Sabbath? There was a time where I, it was a time where I did. There was a time where I would try. Like I try to celebrate. Like I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate Easter. I believe these are pagan, right? I don't celebrate these. Mind you, I'm not of no denomination. I'm just a regular. Because like I said, I studied it for myself. It was around Christmas, and I had my house was decorated, Christmas trees, everything. I had it all, and it was a week before Christmas, and I was like, "Yo, why is his birthday the 25th? Let me go." So I looked it up, and I found that his birthday's not December 20th. I couldn't find it in the Bible. Red flag number 1. And then I just went from there. I kept searching, couldn't find it. And then I found out that it's pagan, etc., and all these different things. And it became like it just became real clear. And I'm starting to get laggy now. And then I just studied it for myself and realized like, oh wow, since 2014 was the last year that I've celebrated Christmas. And then, so from there, I started looking into all of the, why is this lagging so much? I started looking into all of the religious holidays and started finding out how they're all pagan. So then I started celebrating instead the traditions of God, right? The ones that He placed for the people. So like the Feast of Passover, Hanukkah, stuff like that. Like I started celebrating. Like I celebrate Hanukkah, which my kids love it, by the way, because it's it's for 8. We celebrate it for 8 days, and I give them like a little gift on each day, so they love it. They don't care about Christmas. Like I keep it real with mine. But you got a lot of Christians that say, oh, we do it for the kids, and you better do it for God. And my family's like that. I got family. They all, no matter how much I tell them, like, hey man, stay away from it, bro. It's not of God. But we just do it for the kids. We don't look at it like that. All right. Stay away from it, bro. It's not of God. But we just do it for the kids. We don't look at it like that. All right. But I don't condemn anybody. I mean, if you do, you do. It is what it is. It's not a salvation issue. Why Hanukkah? Because Hanukkah, if you know anything about it, I'm not going to get too much in it, but it's a very brief mention of it. It's called Feast of Lights, and it tells us that during the Feast of Lights, Jesus was in the temple prophesying, which would imply he was also keeping the Feast of Hanukkah, the Feast of Lights. So I mean, if Jesus celebrated it, then here we go. Guys, I have no idea what happened. Like I don't know what happened. It was lagging, and then it literally like kicked me out of the entire app. And then it kicked me out of the app. And then when I was going to click back into it, it was like as if I was starting a new app. And I'm like, I know I ain't just like get banned or something, because it was asking me to like, what's your, like, do you like comedy? Do you like this? So it was like as if I was starting a brand new app. It scared me for a moment. But I don't know. I don't know how this is weird. This is a whole weird situation. But yeah, I think we're going to end it on that note. Everybody was saying, let's just say goodnight. I appreciate y'all for sure. Yeah, I have no idea what happened, man. I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was a security issue. But yeah, we'll end it there. I'll put out a message or something, like a text message, like on my story, on whether or not I'll get on live tomorrow. More than likely I will. And I don't know, I'll put out there something on what the topic will be. But yeah, we'll reconnect, and it just kind of, we'll dive deep. We'll dive deep into it. What do you guys think should be the next topic? Like, what should be tomorrow's topic? Should we continue this, or should we talk about something more specific, something different? Should we go back onto like who the harlot is, the beast? What should we focus on tomorrow? And I am thinking about doing a live where I just kind of like teach you guys Islam's side on all of these things, so that you can see how it fits biblically. You could do that. But we'll see. Whatever it is, we'll just keep getting into it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll probably do that. We'll do like dig a little deeper. Maybe on how the Torah is the only important part of, I believe, everybody Everybody confused saying that America's Babylon. Can't find you on YouTube. True. So did you so it's the same name, Truth Beyond Theory, has the same let me see. For sure, user. Let me see. I'm gonna look myself up real quick. I can't see myself neither. It's weird. I don't know. I have to go into that account and figure out why that is. Like I said, I mean, I haven't posted any videos yet, so I don't know if that got something to do with it. Found you on Facebook, cool. And I've been doing that on Facebook. If you look back, I mean, I think I started it in like 2017, but I didn't do videos. I just recently started posting the videos. But I do have that teaching of the flags. So if you scroll down on Facebook, you scroll a little bit, and I do have the color of the flags, the 4 horsemen, and then I posted most of the Islamic flags that you can see the comparison. So there is that teaching there. I appreciate you, Haley, for sure. Deuteronomy 68. So I appreciate everybody that's still on here. I don't know what time it is. It's late where I'm at. Oh, man. Yeah, let me go ahead. I'm going to have to go ahead and get to bed, man, because these little boys, I love them. They drive me crazy, though. I have 6 kids. Okay, so I have 6. My oldest is 17 and my youngest is 1. And my oldest 4, they're 12, 13. I have twins, so 12, 13, 13. Oh no, they're 14 now, so 12, 14, 14, 17. And then my 2 are 1 and 2, my youngest. And it's those ones that keep me busy. Diaper after diaper, daddy, apple, daddy, cheese sandwich, daddy. It's like, oh man, back to back to back. And that's a typical PR, yeah, right? Yeah, my goal, man, I always wanted a big family, man. But things happen the way that they did, so it's just me and my kids. You know? Alright, but yeah. You know, I have fun. I love you guys. I appreciate it. Just stay close. You know, keep on, you know, following, because we're going to deep dive on this. We're going to keep deep diving on this. And I'm going to keep showing, and I'm hoping that the Holy Spirit reveals these things to you. You know, that the Holy Spirit opens you up to see these things, that they don't come from me, that I can show you how the Bible says these things. Because honestly, if we're honest with ourselves, most of us really don't actually study this. We don't really deep dive into it. You know, we don't. And most times we just come across people, we copy paste. But this is why when I do it, I show you guys like this, and I tell you, go to the Bible with me. Let's go there. Let's go there together. I'll show you what the text say, and then I'll show you how it fits this or it fits that. Because hence why the name Truth Beyond Theory. Because we're not talking about theories. These are truths, biblical truth, and what we can see happening in the Middle East, what we're witnessing, fits perfectly, hand in glove. Fits 10 out of 10 in the Bible. It all fits. And I just want everyone to be prepared. And then, as you're learning these things, as you're becoming more educated on these things, because when you start seeing it, it makes it more interesting. It makes it more fun to learn these things. And then you start reading it for yourself, and you're like, whoa. It's like, kind of like the Matrix. It's like I'm pulling you guys out of the Matrix. And then now, as you read these certain texts, now it's like, wow, he's right. Like, all I see is Islam in the Bible being judged, being, they're the very people that the Bible's talking about. I appreciate you, biker. So that's definitely what it is. And so I want everyone to be aware. And remember, the Bible says we are few. So even if I can't reach the world, even if I can't reach everyone, which I'm not going to be able to, narrow is the road that leads us to heaven. And that's okay. That's okay. So, then you guys can start telling your family and telling your friends, like, hey, listen, we was wrong. Or, what we were taught is not really what the Bible's talking about. It's not pointing to any of those things. It's not. And that's it. That's the goal, is to show people what the Bible's regarding. Because now you can see that Christ is really upon us. Even more than we thought. Even more than we expected. So even if you are having trouble with the... I'm flipped. Even if you're having trouble with the tribulation, and you're still conflicted with that, because it's been we've known this and we've believed it all our lives. But even if you still have trouble with this, you got to remember that everything that I'm telling you, Christ comes even sooner than this. He comes even sooner than this. So, because if you're waiting for a third temple, if you're waiting for tribulation, you're going to be waiting forever. And then you're going to be surprised when he pops up, and you're going to wonder, whoa, but I thought this had to happen. Right? So, found you on YouTube. Oh, awesome. I couldn't even find myself, so I don't know. That's... so maybe you probably had to scroll. I don't know. So because we keep waiting for something that's never going to happen, we're not prepared. Because once you start to learn and understand these things, then you can... Now you're always watching. Now you're just like, you're always there looking for, for these things. And now you can see it. Third temple is being built now. There's a link. Oh yeah, duh. You're right. I forgot that I did that. Yeah, so all right, so on my profile, Facebook and YouTube is on my profile. I forgot. It's on my profile. I could have just said that. I'm sorry. I appreciate you, man. Alma Cano. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. As it's late. I'm tired. And it's crazy. What's crazy is that my kids, my oldest four, are with their mother. So now it's really just me and my little ones, because they help me out with them. Right? So I got 4 babysitters. They're all older, so they're able to help, and they're not here right now. They're on with their mother on vacation. So now it's really just me and the little ones, and oh man, I need a break. There's nothing on YouTube. Yeah, I haven't posted nothing yet. I'm going to take this weekend to update it and upload all of the videos. So just stay close to it. Like, so you'll start to see the videos come through. And then I gotta download all the lives, which is only 4. I think I did now 4 or 5 lives, and I'll upload those as well. And then you can start seeing those. I don't wear rings. How do you buy your book? So I don't have, the book is not published yet. It's not nothing that I never published it. I used to just share it, you know, and I never wanted to share. I never wanted to make money off of it. I never, because it wasn't about money. It was just like when I discovered these things for the first time, I was super excited. It was like I was so much stuck on this stuff. Like I was always talking about it all day long, man. It's like people around me didn't want to be around me no more because that's all I talked about. It's all I talked about. And no YouTube channel. Yeah, so it's in PDF format, and I'll see if I can upload it to something somehow where you can just click on a link or something and download it. But right now I'm in the midst of modernizing it. Like, so I'm updating it because it's a little outdated, you know, and I've learned a lot more since. And then not only that, but there's a lot of information that I did not include in the first version. So I wanted to include that information so you can unpack everything. Because I want it to be very thorough, where all those things are mentioned. Oh. And this way it's all there, and then you can cross-reference it with the Bible, and then kind of look for these things for yourself and read them for yourself. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. I appreciate you guys. In the meantime, I'll work on YouTube. I'm not sure what's going on, why you guys can't find it. I don't know if it's something I gotta go. I don't know. I gotta go back in there and just make sure everything's okay. But the link is there, so you know, whenever you get a chance, every time you on and off the video, just click the link, see if it'll take you, because I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna find out what's going on there. All right, guys. I appreciate you. Love you. Good night. And I will see you guys technically later today / tomorrow. All right. Appreciate y'all.